shofar, Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha, Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Avakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ata, Latazak, no and not thou murder. La'ata, Kanab, no and not thou adultery. La'ata, Ganab, no and not thou steal. La'ata, Anashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'ata, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. And
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
praise Yah! Praise Yah!
Praise Yah! Thank you, Yah!
Praise Yah!
Yes!
Shalom! Welcome to National Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Toraba, ya, ya. Toraba, ya, ya. Praise God!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praise to they be muting me. They did it again. All praises to the Most High. Just checking the mic level. And it's like I'm talking and all of a sudden it just says you're muted. I'm like, hello, why are you muting me? I'm trying to check the mic level. All blessings to the Most High. Shabbat Shalom, the seventh day, everybody worldwide, as they come on in this live. Tonight is a crazy lesson. We're going to be dropping some info, some stuff that you might not have known, some stuff you might not have heard. You heard? Let's go. Let me bring myself a little bigger on the screen. They got me really small. All right. Oh, that's too bigger. There you go. Now that's all right. Let me center myself over on the vertical feed as well. All right. I seem like I'm centered. All right. Blessings to everybody. Just got paid. Bam, bam. It's Friday night. So thank y'all all for coming in as they come in on the live stream. If you can, give a like to this live so most people could come on in. Tonight's lesson, SEX gods and stolen temples when Greece invaded Egypt. Also, Cleopatra exposed. Oh yeah, we going into something. There's a lot of hoopla. So there's a lot of There's a lot of stolen history, right? There's a lot of revisionist history. They're doing it right now today. They're revising the history of the events, the current events in the 21st century, things that happened in now in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and right. They're revising the actual slavery that was in America and all that. It was no slavery. Those people were happy. They were just servants. They were just low wage low wage earners. they right, it's crazy. Everything is just being revisionized, right? But the Most High is unveiling ancient revisions. Oh, things coming to light. So there's some exposing going on tonight. It's going to be crazy work tonight, right? So you're going to find out about what happened when the Hellenes, what they call the Greece, actually went into Egypt. History will tell us like it was just, it was just no. They just wrote the Septuagint and the JEWs was there and the Egyptians were there and the Hellenes the Greeks were there and the Romans were there and it was just a metropolis and they call it another tropolis too. What they call that cosmopolitan society. See, they got these names. They got a magazine in America back in the days for the elders. They used to call Cosmopolitan Magazine, right? And I hope y'all know that's another word for for fruity tooty McNooty, right? It was a woman's thing, the woman's magazine. They call it Cosmopolitan Society. Whenever you see that, if I ever was trying to move into a neighborhood, hold on, let me check my level. Hey, I'm getting started already. Let me check. All right, level's okay. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Level ain't too bad. All right. If I was ever trying to move into a neighborhood and one of the selling points on the neighborhood was it's a cosmopolitan neighborhood. It's a cosmopolitan society. I need to ask the realtor or whoever's showing me, excuse me, can you define exactly what you mean by cosmopolitan? You understand? Because I know that back in the days, I think it was the early 2000s, they came up with this thing called metro something. Metro, not metropolitis or metropolis, metro, what is it? Metrosexual. Remember? Shout out to Yadasa. They came up with some stuff called metrosexual, right? And we thought back in the days, I'm an elder from the 80s and the 70s. We thought metro mean like, what you call it? Not urban, uh contemporary or not futuristic. I'm trying to look for the word that they call that when it's it's more advanced, more modern. There you go, modern contemporary, right? Metro, right? Metropolitan, right? So then that's no, the metrosexuals was just like, it was it was guys that were, you know, now they wearing merces and purses and stuff. You know what I mean? Got these little boys running around with bonnets on their head. Yeah, bonnets. These little boys crazy. I mean, this world crazy, bro. It just gets crazy and crazy. See, that's this metro stuff, right? So now they got their new words, right? So they will say when you go to study ancient Kemet, Egypt, right? They will tell you it was a cosmopolitan society in Alexandria when the Hellenes, the Greeks and them, the Hellenes, when they conquered Egypt, all right, they'll tell you it was cosmopolitan, right? And it was on the waters because he built Alexandria right on the water. It was a trading and bartering, and they run around with their little, the Romans run around with their little skirts on, and the Hellenes, oh, but we going somewhere tonight. Oh, it's going down. Shout out to the Hebrew Jamaican coolie, all right? A man that but was not taking care of himself in a feminine way, but wanted to say they aren't. There you go. That's a great definition, Hebrew Jamaican coolie. That is a great definition. All right. Now, to everybody in the chat, sorry I ain't seeing everybody. I love y'all all. Welcome. You know what I mean? Come on in, Dahlia Rock, and everybody coming on in the building. Oh, it's one tonight. Marawa Yah, we got some more teaching to do. Sister Phyllis Richards, I got some video backdrop for you. Oh, I put together some nice video backdrop. Oh, Pensy Lola, shout out to Pensy. So Pensy Lola, you on the wrong feed. It's two feeds. One is a vertical, and one is the regular one. So go out. Matter of fact, I'm gonna rename this one. The one I'm gonna rename one vertical for you. All right. So I'll do that now. So I can do that. I can click this. Right. I can do that now. It shouldn't take me but a second. I just gotta go to my channel. Right. View your channel. There we go. So So yeah, I was thinking of something. So which one's the vertical? It's the second one. So the first one, all right, so let me just click on it. Let me just change it. I'm gonna change it for everybody. Click it, edit the video. Look at me on the screen. Hello, me. All right, edit the video. There you go. So I'm gonna put brackets, bang. Get the, I don't want no free samples. Why they always trying to sell something, right? Brackets, bang, cap locks, and then vertical. Okay. I didn't put the L, the bracket, bang. Then I could take that off. Right, there we go. And then save. Now for everybody coming in, if it's skinny on your screen, that's the vertical like TikTok view. They got two live streams. They got a new thing YouTube is doing. All right. So now all you got to do is go out and grab the other thing, and it'll be the regular one for you. And you'll be right on the wide screen with us, and you'll be in this chat because it's two different chats, it's two different everything. Some people be over there, be only like 10, 15, 20 people over there, and it's like 60, 70 over here. Right? So all right, here we go. Tonight is a good one as they come on in. All right, so I was talking about something with the let me see if I can scroll and find it. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right. So now the history records, the history books. Oh yeah, now y'all, we got some stuff coming out tonight. Oh, I was talking. I know I was talking to. I was talking. Oh, okay. I gotta grab my thing. Okay, tonight that backdrop. They get a backdrop. It didn't finish. Oh, oh, Shooky. Why didn't it finish? Something went wrong. Because it's been hours. That would have been finished. No, no. Head blown emoji. I just said I had the backdrop of all backdrops for Sister Phyllis Richards. Let me check and see. Maybe it did finish. Yay, yay, yay. Let me play it. It's just saying it's not finished in the media encoder. Let me play it, make sure before I get too happy. Let me make sure it play. Yes! Praise Most High, His holy name, His rightful order. Sister Phyllis Richards, I got one of the backdrops of all back. Now I can talk crap. Don't talk crap, guys, until you get your full receipt. That's how I am. I'm always slow to speak until once it's done and I prove it, press play, it plays. If it needed audio, it plays. Then I can be like, yes, thank you, y'all. And I can talk my crap. And I can talk that mess, right? Don't talk no mess until you got the full receipt. All right, so now I can close Media Encoder. Thank you, Media Encoder. I don't know why you acting like it didn't finish, but you did. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'll take what I can get. Let me go to my Premiere Pro. Thank you for Premiere Pro. I humbly receive. Yes, I want to save. Okay, that closed. All right. Now, let me go grab that and let me pull it in because that backdrop is coming. I got a backdrop for y'all. Anus. Not anus. See, no Diddy done took away all that. We can't say that no more. For yo, I got a backdrop for yo, for you. I don't know. This world is crazy. You got to watch what you say now. Everybody metro cosmopolitans, and they got all type of sex gods, right? Tonight's lesson. All right. So hold on. Where's that? That's this video. Okay, so I got that one. And now I'm gonna pull that here where I had the map of Ham and Shem before. Let me go back to tonight's 3, grab that backdrop and pull it right up there. Oh, shook there, we're cooking with olive oil. Let's go. Now I can talk my crap, Sister Phyllis Richards. You're gonna like this backdrop. You're gonna like, the visuals is just on point. All right, so now I can go back. I'm going to click that one because I'm going to show that one in a minute. That's a funny one I just did. All right, now let me come back to y'all. Bang. Let me put my present. Invite my brothers and sisters. Copy. Bang. Control V. Enter. I got a call from Elder Tamayah. And he said he might not be able to be on the live stream tonight because he lost his glasses, so he can't see nothing. Like, I can't see nothing. I can't see the things. He trying to find his glasses, so he might not be on the live stream tonight. So it's all good, Elder. Hopefully you can hear the lesson, and Most High willing, you get your glasses, you find your glasses. All right, now, so somebody will be coming in the screen a little later. I think I put the link. Did it put? Yeah, it put. I think it put. I don't know. All right, he here though. I see him in the comment. All right, so okay. All right, Pensilola, you got it? There we go. Ah, shook it, Elder. Elder said, boy, he ain't said nothing but a word. Elder said, California in the building. I said, Oakland in the house. Oakland in the house. Who watch mouth. He said, the Oakland, he down in the bottom in Oakland. Shout out to Oakland, California. He said, they in the house. Got the glasses, Elder. All right. Shalom Hakyama. All right, Shalom, Yashaliyah, Stefana, Yah, everybody coming in the building. Sister Hayazak. All right. It's going good when y'all go get your snacks together. Let's go. The SEX gods and stolen temples when Greece invaded Egypt and Cleopatra. Oh yeah, we going into some mess going on. See, they like I said, they really just, I don't even want to say whitewashing because it's so old word, but they taking all the history now. Y'all remember the other live, right? The other live, they had this foolishness going on, right? Window, share screen, right? With this one, right? Y'all remember this one from the last live stream? They said this is what's his name? Mansa Musa, right? So if Mali and Nubia and all that ain't safe, Egypt ain't never been safe. They've been saying they've been having these no disrespect to my righteous white brothers and sisters, but these white faced people over in Egypt. So they saying this is Mansa Musa, right? Look at, look at him. This dude was in Africa. What? He had what's that? 2000, whatever, how many years, 1,000 years ago, however long ago that was, the Mali Kingdom. He had a lot of sunscreen. He had some SPF going on, right? So they said no. They said the history books is tripping. Mansa Musa ain't look like this. Nah, not in Africa. Nah, not in the tier of Africa. Nah, he looked like this, right? So yeah. I know people don't like it, but they also did it with Cleopatra. But we gonna break it down tonight. I'm going somewhere people don't like to go because they get all in their feelings. But anyway, let's go. We going day after night. We got one tonight. Stop share screen, window. Let's go. Share screen, window. Let's go. I guess I'm on one tonight. I know y'all like, Unc, you must have had some sleep. I didn't. I had 3 hours. Earlier this morning, I've been, I don't know what it is. It just is what it is. I got a little yesterday, though. I had got a 5 hour, and then I came back later and got a 3, broken up. So that was better. That's in 2 weeks, so that's better than nothing. So I guess that's why I might feel a little better. And I was able to go to the gym. I'm feeling lightheaded, but I got through it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'll be getting some, whenever the Most High will, when you get some more rest, I'm going to get it. But I'm trying to slip it in where I can. See, this is the thumbnail. It says, the invasion tonight live. You see the thumbnail? Yeah, I got AI to help me with this one. Usually I make them all by myself, but I got AI to help me with this one, right? But I'm AI didn't make this whole thing. You got to prompt it, and I generated and changed my text, and I did my thing in it, right? I can show you the before and after. It don't look nowhere near as good as this right here, right? So the invasion tonight. So they make you think in the history books that Alexandria and the Ptolemies, right? Because it used to be the pharaohs, right? The pharaohs, these dudes running Kemet. Ancient Kemet is the land of the blacks, right? So the Ptolemies were these dudes, the Greeks. And Elder, I did that for you. I put a dress on this dude because when I originally prompted to give me a Hellenist, right? A Greek, it had the little wee out. I clicked the wrong button. Oh, that's all right. Y'all can't see that. Good. Y'all can't see it. Oh, crew. It just opened up. Okay, no, I don't. Okay, how do I close that? Close. All right, good. Click the wrong button. All right, now, so it gave me the statue and it had the little wee. You know how they do. So I went back and I said, okay, give me the statue, but put clothes on him. And they gave me this dress. I said, okay, well, that's good. At least it's got a little sash. That's funny. I should have told me your sash don't need to be that long. You could have a sash right up there. It would have been covering that, but let's not. All right. So anyway, the invasion tonight. All right. It's going down. The stolen temples when Greece invaded Egypt. All right. Now, I'm going to show some videos. We got some fruit. We got some copyright disclaimers. We coming in. They coming on in the building on both live streams. Watch this. Stop share. This is why I did this one like this tonight. Oh, make this one. Okay, got that one. And make that one smaller over there, right? So then I'm going to go here. And then I'm going to go share screen, window. Here we go. I call it the Pharaoh. Pharaoh, say no, Pharaoh. I call this the say no, Pharaoh, right? I made this clip for y'all, right? So this was kind of one of the original images that AI gave me, right? I still made it pop with the colors on this one. I'll show you the other one. It says the Diddy gods invade Egypt. That's what, because I was going to name the video that. I was going to name the title, The Diddy Gods Invade Egypt. But I was like, now I want people to be like, still, we want to get out of the Diddy. Well, we got to leave Egypt and Rome and Greece to get out of the Diddy. We're going to get there later. But, it just wasn't what it was. So I changed it to The Invasion or something, right? I think and then I changed it to SEX Gods and Stolen Temples. The original title was The Diddy Gods Invade Egypt. I wonder if that would have went over even better, right? So everybody, thank you so much. Who was that? Thank you, Pincy Lola, for your donation. I humbly received, daughter of the Most High. I humbly received. Thank you. She says she'll cast up later. Yeah, I do. Ahaba, Yah. I love you, daughter of Yah, and thank you so much for your donation. All right, you got to be careful saying, you love me. People like, you love me. This world is crazy. Yeah, I love the Most High's children. You heard? I put all this work in. This is all love. This is work of love. You heard all these hours of work. Now, this was the original title of my of my video. The Diddy gods invade Egypt. So I said, you know what? Let me do this for him. Watch this.
No, Diddy! No, no!
So I made that one really quick for y'all, the brothers and sisters. This is what I would have told the ancient Kemet and the pharaohs. I would have said, run, run, Forrest, run. The Diddies are coming. You know how they said the redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming. I would have said, run, pharaohs, run, Egypt. The Diddies are coming.
No, Diddy! No, no!
Facts. Come on, Uriah. No, Diddy. No. He yelled out, no, Diddy. Okay? The Diddies are coming. The Diddies are coming. They invaded Egypt. Okay? All right. Now let's go. Let me put my thumbnail back up, right? I probably just leave that up. No, yeah, that's say the Diddy. Let me put my thumbnail back up. All right? So the Diddies are coming. I thought y'all would enjoy that. That's why I made the thumbnail with that. I said, let me give them. I ain't did that in a while, right? Share screen. All right? Window. Let's go. Let's go. The invasion tonight. Here we go. So I'm going to start off with where I want to start. Yeah, let's start with, I'm going to show y'all on the screen. Yeah, run for their lives. Run, pharaohs, run. All right? Now, I'm going to start off with, because we're going to go, I got the video clip coming, so we got some stuff coming. So let me go in. So I got it set up. So first thing I'm going to go in, because we going into to what the Greeks was doing, and then the Romans came in, and once the Romans came in, then we get to, later we're going to be able to leave out of Egypt and continue on this journey all the way to the Christianity, because that's what this is. It's the Christianity series. This is how it was invented. You understand? the Christianity, all right, not the followers of the way of the Hebrews, all right, of the Hebrew Messiah, the Mashiach, right, that they call in Jesus. The Romans called them this, right? They call them Jesus, and the Greeks call him Jesus, okay, and later it become this Jesus character. All right, so now, here we go. So I'm gonna go to where I want to do. I can leave the thumbnail. Oh no, I'm gonna show y'all. That's right. I said I'm gonna show y'all some of my works. I'm gonna show y'all the works that I put together. I'm gonna put it on the screen for y'all. So I'm just not breaking it down for y'all, but y'all can see. A lot of y'all are visual learners, so y'all can see the text on your screen, and y'all can have it when you watch it back, right? So I'm gonna show that. So let me grab that, move that over there. There we go. So I'm gonna show that. So I'm gonna break this down really quick, right? And okay, so I can stop share, right? And then I'm gonna come back to y'all. I'm gonna go to share screen, right? Share screen, and oh, is it window? Yeah, window. I don't know why I didn't figure that out before, but that works. Thank you, Father. Share. So it shows up in the window. Now let me see what y'all see. Good, y'all see the window. So this is my breakdown. The Persian conquest and rule of Egypt, the Achaemenid satrapy by Uncle Yahya Shah, right? Now I'm not gonna read all this. I'm gonna just skim through it because we going somewhere. We're gonna get the video and the backdrop and everything, but I need y'all to understand this was ancient Kemet before the Persians conquered them. Then the Hellenes came. Then the Romans came, conquered the Hellenes, named them Greeks. So that's when the Didying started. So the Persians wasn't doing the Didying, right? So the Persian conquest of Egypt marked a significant turning point in history of the Nile Valley, ending the period of native, that's not Egyptian, Kemet, pharaonic rule, and ushering the era of foreign domination. All right. So now, the first conquest and timeline of Persian rule, right? So the conquest was led by Cambyses II, the son of Cyrus the Great, and the second king of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. I broke this down, but now I decided to start showing y'all, all right, my works, right? Now, when the Persian forces defeated ancient Kemet army at the Battle of Pelusium in 525 BCE, the conquest was decisive, leading to the capture of the last native pharaoh, Ptolemaic III, and formed the annexation of ancient Kemet into the vast Achaemenid Empire. So now the Persians are conquering ancient Kemet, all right? The Persian rule over ancient Kemet was not continuous, but was divided into two distinct periods separated by a time of renewed Kemetite independence. The first Persian period was the 27th dynasty, 404 to 525 BCE. It lasted 121 years. Established by Cambyses II, ancient Kemet was governed by a satrapy, a province of the Achaemenid Empire. Then a period of ancient pharaohs rule. So ancient Kemet conquered the Persians. They got their country back, their land back. Ancient Kemet independence. That's the 28th and 29th dynasties from 343 to 404. So for 124 years, the Persians conquered them. Then ancient Kemet conquered the Persia, got their land back, right? But then they got reconquered again by Artaxerxes III. And this period ended when Alexander the Hellenes, the Didi, conquered Egypt in 332 BCE. All right, and Mudraya, y'all gonna get there. So the second Persian period on the 31st dynasty from 332 to 343, they conquered it again. So before that, none of these foreigners conquered ancient Kemet. The Persians were the first ones to take it over for 120 years. That's a long time that it was under Persian rule. Then the ancient Kemet conquered Persia, got it back for about, 50 years, 40, 50 years or something like that, right? 60 years, something like that. And then they got reconquered again for 11 more years. All right. Then here come the ditties. So I should have put the Persian one too. The Persian, because it was the Persians who was cool. The ditties is coming, right? The ditties is coming. Here come the Hellenes. All right. Now, the Persians implemented a centralized imperial administration while maintaining a pragmatic approach to local Kemet customs. They put a satrapy. So the conquered kingdom of ancient Kemet was organized as a satrapy governed by a Persian appointed official called a satrap. All right? Now, the Achaemenid kings, including Cambyses II and Darius I, adopted, this is important, traditional Egyptian title. The reason why I'm doing this over is because, thank you, please put a like, guys. We're going to get good in a second so the people can come in, please. All right? All right. On this one, it's 41 here so far. Now, listen clearly. They did not wipe out ancient Kemet's belief system, cultures, and their gods. This is going to be very key. This is the walk-in. So what I'm going to bring out and with the video show y'all, this is going to tie everything up. Because this is how they rewrite history. They don't expect us to study and show ourselves approved and go to the ancient texts and the ancient books and the ancient, right? And piece the history together, right? With the ancient relics and the ancient frescoes, the ancient writings on the tombs and the hieroglyphs and everything. But the Most High got some elect that's going to do that work, all right? So now listen clearly. So when the Persians, the Achaemenid kings, took over ancient Kemet, they adopted the tradition Kemet title of pharaoh, and they were depicted in ancient Kemet style. They put on the clothing. Listen, guys, they were eating the food. This ancient Persian, we ain't getting to the Hellenes yet, the Greeks yet. We going there, right? I'm setting the stage for y'all. They was eating the food. They was wearing the garments. They was actually practicing the gods, the religion too, the culture. All right. So if they were doing all of this, everybody listen to answer me. Do you think they were smashing? Just think about it. We just got to lose our common sense, right? The Persians, they over there, they conquered. You got these Egyptian honeys walking around with the butter, with the chocolate Reese's dripping all over their body, right? They got the butter soft chocolate, butter pecan chocolate skin, and you think they wasn't smashing? I think that's foolish scholarship. Okay, just listen. So if that's the case, then that means it would be an admixture of the peoples over the first captivity, 121 years. That's a whole generation. So there's going to be some little mixed Persian and ancient Kemet kids running around looking nice, because whenever you mix anything with the original seed, it's a nice little. It looks, well, to the world standards, it has a nice little look to it, exotic little look, right? So just think about it. So when they adopted the title of pharaoh, and they were depicted in Egyptian monuments, right? And this was a move intended to legitimize their rule to the ancient native Kemet population. The Persians retained the existing Egyptian Kemet administrative structure, allowing the native Kemet officials to continue managing their affairs under Persian oversight. And then when Darius I came in particular, he's credited with a period of stable and benevolent rule, because Cambyses was nasty with his. He was a nasty Achaemenid ruler of ancient Kemet, right? He was nasty with his, but he still became pharaoh and still took on the culture. But when Darius I came in, Darius was with the swirl. That's all that means. Darius, when he came in, he was credited with a period of stable and benevolent rule, promoting the codification of ancient Kemet law. All right? They call it Maurya law. That's what they called it, the Achaemenid Persians. Maurya. There was no Egypt. That's the thing you need to understand with history. Egypt don't exist right now. It's ancient Kemet, and then the Persians came in and they called them Madrayan. All right, now Darius the First was with all the swirl. So now under his rule, it was plenty mixing going on. Before the Persian conquest, the native inhabitants of the Nile Valley did not call themselves Egyptians. The name they used for the land was Kemet, meaning the black land. The people were simply the inhabitants of Kemet. Okay, I broke this down, but I need to put it on the screen because it's making sense where I'm going. That's why I'm doing this my intro, right? The Persians referred to the land and the people as Madraya. That's Old Persian. I taught this before, but I didn't show y'all. I know y'all visual learners, all right? The Persians referred to the land as Madraya. There was no Egypt, okay? The original inhabitants were referred to the land as Kemet, the black land, all right? They were the inhabitants of the black land, okay? So the land was called Kemet, all right? Now, the Persians referred to the land and the people as Madraya. Old Persia, yes.
Do you want to take the comments off the screen so we can see?
It's
a little
blocking?
bit?
Thank
Yes,
you very
please.
much. I'm glad you said it. Thank you very much. Good job. All right. That would have destroyed half. I would have been upset later. I was seeing that. Oh my goodness. Praise the Most High. Thank you, Hakyama. All right. Now, the Persians referred to the land and people as Madraya, which is Old Persian, which is the root. And Hakyama, if you can write down and remember to tell me to put it back up later when I put the backdrop video playing. So later through this lesson, I'm going to put the backdrop video, dope video, and then we're going to put the comments back on the screen. Shout out to Saudi Tate. A good one, Saudi Tate. Good one tonight. Got some teaching to do. Y'all come on. Come in the building. Listen clearly. The Persians referred to the land and the people as Madraya. Old Persian, that's Old Persian, which is the root of the modern Arabic name for Egypt, Mizra. All right? In the Hebrew, it's Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim from Cush, Ham's son, Mitzrayim. Okay? That's how, all right? That's why the Habariyah Hebrews, it's Mitzrayim. That's Ham's son. That land was given to Ham's descendants. All right? Now, so the Old Persian, which is the root of modern Arabic name, and these Old Persians Arabic, that's Shem. These are Afro-Asiatic Shemitic. The original Arabian Arabs were actually black, Shemitic, okay? That's Ishmael and the culture and stuff, all right? Sorry, not sorry. Yes, they got mixed later with the other Indo-Europeans later, but the originals, okay? All right, now, and I think that's not Aram, not Asher. That's one of the other sons, Shem's sons, became the Arabs, all right? We broke it down in another lesson, but let me continue. The Persians referred to the land as the people as Madraya, which is the root of the modern Arabic name for Egypt, Mizra, right? The term Egyptian is a later Hellenist derivation. When the Hellenes conquered the Persians, they called the land, they called them Aegyptos. Shout out Sister Kelly Perry. Aegyptos. Later, it became Aegyptos. All right, I'm doing an on-screen visual so y'all can have full understanding and see it. All right, now, there was no Egyptian. All right, that's an actual exonym, what some people named them, and it's a slur. The people called themselves Kemet, the black land. Shout out to mathematics over there on Facebook. One love, math. All right, now, the term Egyptian came later when the ditties came, math. When the ditties came, they named them, yes, they're Shemitic. No, they're Shemitic. They're from Aram, what's his names? Because they come Hasuna, Samara, Elam. The Elamites are all Shemitic. They are those. That's why a lot of us follow Islam, because actually a lot of us descend from that. So a lot of the people who actually feel in their spirit, the so-called blacks, to follow Islam, it's more than likely because your genetic mark, your DNA is calling you back to Ishmael. You're probably a descendant from that. Yeah. So, and these are from Shem's sons, all right? Elam and Asher and Aram. That's where Aramaic come from, all of it. That's why it's the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, all of them. Ancient Arabic as well. That's why you speak Arabic, Aramaic, Syriac, Syrian, all of them. They're all Shemitic. Yeah, they're not Hamitic. All right, now, the Persians referred to the land and the people as Madraya. The original Kemet referred to themselves as the inhabitants of the Black Land, Kemites. The Greeks came, the Hellenes came, and called them Egyptos. That would later become Egyptian in English, Egypt. Now, the Achaemenid Empire was known for its general policy of religious tolerance, a practice that was largely extended to Egypt, though with some no. So they allowed them to practice their worship of Isis and Osiris and all their gods, ancient Kemet. All right. Now, a respect for local cults. It was all about mystery cults and a pantheon of polytheistic gods. I'm going somewhere, Delavashah, that y'all's gonna tie in later. This intro is it's gonna make all the sense what I'm about to expose about ancient Kemet and Cleopatra and all of it later. All right, listen clearly. The Persians did not force the ancient Kemet to worship the Persian gods. The Achaemenid kings, especially Darius the First, because Darius was with the swirl. Darius had a lot of ancient Kemet honeys that he was smashing, right? Darius the First actively supported ancient Kemet religious institution, or I'm going to call them Madraya, because that's what they was calling, but I'm going to call it Kemet. I ain't going to call them the X and them. Religious institutions. He supported their pantheon of Anunnaki. That's what ancient Kemet is working. Fallen angel gods. That's all these pantheon of gods, right? And he funded the restoration and the construction of the ancient Kemet temples and continued the traditional patronage of the priesthoods. So you got the Achaemenid Persian gods, the Mithraic gods and all that, and you got the ancient Kemet still could worship all their gods. This is what was going on in Madraya, ancient Kemet, at the time that the Persians conquered what they call now Egypt. The official religion of the Achaemenid Empire was Zoroastrianism, and it was centered on the worship of the supreme deity Ahura Mazda. That's where we get the Mazda car. I used to have a 929 back in the days, right? While Persian officials and soldiers practiced their own religion, there was no systematic attempt to impose Zoroastrianism on the ancient Kemet populace. So you got a whole melting pot of gods going on. The Persians is worshiping all their gods, and Zoroastrianism and ancient Kemet is worshiping all their gods. Okay? Osiris and Isis and this and that ones, right? The reign of Cambyses II is portrayed in the Hellenist sources, especially by Herodotus, as one of sacrilege and cruelty, right? So Cambyses was the nasty dude. All right. Now, Cambyses mocked or whatever, all right? Now, all right, so cultural exchange. The Persian period introduced some Persian cultural elements, particularly in the military and administration of the ancient Kemet culture, but the native ancient Kemet culture remained dominant. So the Persians introduced some of their cultural elements, some of their military tactics and administration, but ancient Kemet culture remained dominant. Now, Aramaic was the official lingua franca of the Achaemenid Empire. So that's Aram's children. These are Aram's from Shem, our grandfather, this is our great uncle, all right? That's Aramaic. So the official lingua franca of the Achaemenid Empire was introduced for administrative purposes alongside native, Kemetic, Demotic script. So the ancient Kemet had a script that was Demote. They call it Proto-Egypt. I had the text too. I should have put it. I'll put it up another time. I got the actual script. All right. This is before hieroglyphs. Not before hieroglyphs, but before ancient Egypt script that they, the more modern one. It was ancient Kemetic Demotic script. So they had in this period, they had the Aramaic was used as for the for the lingua franca, the general, like English is used, and then for administrative purposes, governmental purposes, but they allowed the natives to still use ancient Demotic Kemetic script. The Persian influence can be seen in some Egyptian art and architecture of the period, particularly in the adoption of certain motifs and styles, but the overall tradition remained ancient Kemet. Now, here we go. The second Persian period was very short, only I think it's 11 years, when here come Alexander the Ditty. Alexander the Hellenes, the Great arrived. Oh, here it comes. Now, it wasn't all fluffy and rainbows when you conquered, but it wasn't all about the ditty when the Persians had it. But here come Alexander and the little skirts. Here come the mini skirt crew. Alexander's conquest, the writers say, you see I capitalized that? The writers say was largely welcomed by the by the ancient Kemet. See, this is where you write history. This is where the conquerors try to write they like this in history. You can't tell me that they was happy to see these little ditties come and want to take their sons and take their booty. No. But this how they write it in history. Like now they trying to say Mansa Musa was Mansa Musa was a ginger. You know, no disrespect, shout out to the gingers. You know what I mean? All right. So now, they say, writers say, that's why I capitalize, that Alexander, they wanted to be Diddy. That's basically what they're saying. They were welcomed, right? And they viewed Alexander the Diddy as a liberator from the now unpopular Persian rule, thus setting the stage for Helen. But we're going to show you what's going on. Yeah, his story. We're going to show you what was going on. And y'all tell me, was they welcoming the Alexander the Diddy? All right? Now, because they was just had Darius the First. He was with the swirl. They was doing their thing. All right? So now I walked that in. So now y'all understand, here come the Hellenes. They weren't Greeks yet. Greek didn't exist yet. All right? Here come Hellenes. All right? All right. Now, they just entering. All right? Now, 323 BCE, here come Alexander the Diddy. All right. Now let me go to my next one. I'm walking this on in, and we going somewhere. Y'all going to learn something tonight. So that's my other one. The Hellenistic conquest. Make sure y'all can see it. Yep. The Hellenistic conquest and rule of Egypt from Alexander to Cleopatra. We going somewhere, Dolores Shaw. All right, the Hellenistic conquest and subsequent rule of Egypt marked the end of the Pharaoh's era and the beginning of nearly 300 years of Hellenist, Greek, Macedonian dominance. Didion. But anyway, all right, the conqueror and the conquest. The conquest was initiated by Alexander the Great, or the Greek of Macedon. Alexander entered Madraya, or ancient Kemet, in 332 BCE after defeating the Persian forces who had controlled ancient Madraya, ancient Kemet, under the Achaemenid Empire. Alexander, here we go, was crowned as a pharaoh. Now remember, so was Cambyses, so was Darius, all right? I'm showing that they didn't wipe out ancient Kemet's culture. I'm doing this for a reason. We going somewhere. We're going to tie in, the Most High is puzzle pieces. The Most High put the puzzle pieces together, and that's how you put history back together. The true story, not their story. Now, Alexander was crowned as pharaoh, and he performed traditional Egyptian religious rituals, practices, and worship. I put worship. That's hilarious. That is funny. Look, I can fix it, but I'm gonna leave it. I can fix it and put spelling suggestion. I'm gonna leave it horseshit because that's what it was. My error was correct. That's hilarious. That. All right. So listen, Alexander was crowned as pharaoh, performing traditional. Now listen. Now everybody listen. When the Persians came in, it's like they blended with the culture. They allowed the ancient Kemet to still serve their gods, and they brought in their gods, and it was a mixture of blending. Come on, Miss She, of all the cultures. I'm going somewhere because we about to prove this Cleopatra mess. Oh, it's going down tonight. Y'all gonna like this one tonight, right? Now, Alexander was crowned as pharaoh. So listen clearly. when you conquer a place, you don't have to take on their culture. He could have came in and said, I am the, what they call them, I'm the Ptolemy, or I'm the great, I'm the emperor, I'm the whatever the Hellenes, right? I'm the top. He didn't have to crown himself under the Egyptian culture. He didn't have to perform traditional Madraya, Kemet religious rituals, practices, and worship, because that's what it was, and worship, right? But this is what they did. The Persians did it. This is what he did. This is a blending, everybody listen, a blending of these cultures. It's a mixture. Everybody remember this. I'm going somewhere because this is going to be key, because they whitewashing everything and they trying to act like this didn't happen. But no, this happened. These are history. All right. So I got all, you see these numbers? That's where I get my these are corresponding to my my receipts or my references and stuff, right? This is when I do all my scholarship and everything. I'm showing y'all my when I do my work. You know what I mean? I put it together. All right. Now, once Alexander conquered the Persians, the Achaemenid, and took over ancient Madraya, ancient Kemet, right? And he called it Aegyptos, right? This is the first time you finally getting a word close to Egyptian. Before that, it never exists. Now it's Aegyptos. Alexander, the little ditty, he got a little skirt on. He's a little dude, but he was no joke. He was a mighty dude, right? Yeah, my references, right? So now, Alexander, got crowned as pharaoh, and he took part in the culture, performing traditional Egyptian religious rituals, practices, and worship, right? And it immediately legitimized his rule in the eyes of the native Kemetic population. So this is a blending, acceptance. In 331 BCE, Alexander founded now the city Alexandria. He took over the ancient land, and he made this, which would become the heart of the Hellenistic culture. Now, this is before. Now, you finally got the first, we didn't get to Egypt yet, but you got Aegyptos, and there is no Greeks here. There's no such thing, because the Roman ditties ain't come yet. Okay? These are the Hellenists. All right. In 331 BC, Alexander founded Alexandria, which would become the heart of the Hellenistic culture, trade, and learning for centuries. This is where they would enslave the 72 Hebrew elders and take all the cultures from all people. They would put them on the island of Pharaohs. They would make them transliterate the sacred scripts into this Koine Hellen Greek tongue, and this is where they get this Septuagint from. All right, but we going somewhere. All right, listen. Now, in 331 BCE, Alexander founded Alexandria. This is where we get to Christianity later, right? Which will become the heart of the Hellenistic culture, trade, and learning for centuries. After Alexander's death, his generals divided his empire. Here come his right-hand man, Ptolemy the First Soter. Ptolemy was one of Alexander's most trusted generals. He secured Aegyptos. He officially declared himself a pharaoh again. So he became a pharaoh. Everybody listen. They're not establishing themselves as rulers, emperors, such and such. They're taking on ancient Kemet's culture. This is very key. He officially declared himself pharaoh in 305, establishing the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemies ruled Aegyptos for approximately 300 years, from 305 until 30 BCE. The Ptolemies established a highly centralized bureaucratic system that privileged Greek Macedonian life. So now I broke down the structure, right? The Macedonian Greeks, the ruling class. So they set up a structure that the Hellenes, the Macedonians, were the ruling class, the administrators, soldiers, and sellers. They held all high administrative military posts except for many taxes. They lived in Greek cities like Alexandria and Ptolemais. The next under the social hierarchy was the Hellenized natives. Now, everybody, these were the ancient Aegyptos, Kemites, and the tribe of Judah, who they went and got So they tell you this history that it was Alexandria was a bustling cosmopolitan city of Jews and Egyptians and Greeks and Romans and others and Persians and everybody just no. The second social class was the Hellenized natives, those who adopted the Hellenized language, names, customs, language, or their language, and practices. That's key because you got to know what their customs and practices was to understand what this group of people was Hellenized, what they were doing. And they were the second class citizens. They served as lower level administrators, this your officials, and skilled workers, a bridge between the two cultures. Then you had those who didn't take the ditty. So at the top, the first class, these are the ditties. The Hellenized are the ones who took that. All right, that's these. Okay, all right. And then you have the ones who didn't take the ditty, the native Kemites, and the original tribe of Judah, and some of the other Persians who was, because they enslaved us, right? The ones who didn't take the ditty. Okay, and they were at the bottom of the totem pole. The vast majority of the population was them, including farmers and laborers. They were on the outskirts. Listen, guys, they weren't in the major cities of Alexandria and Ptolemaic and these big they wasn't in the cosmopolitan. They was out in the countryside. They were the poor. They were subject to heavy taxation and forced labor, and they were largely excluded from the highest levels of power. The ones who didn't take the ditty, we going somewhere. Now, the Hellenistic Greeks referred to the native inhabitants as Egyptoi, and that's how it's spelled in Hellenes, Greek. I show receipts for every. Now I'm showing, but we going somewhere, right? I taught this before, but I'm showing y'all now. The Hellenistic Greeks referred to the native inhabitants as Egyptoi, this from which the modern English word Egyptian derives its meaning. The Ptolemies used the Hellenic Greek language for all their official administration and record keeping, and it created a linguistic barrier that reinforced this social hierarchy I just broke down. The native Kemet Egyptian language, which was demotic, yeah, it was demonic, yeah, because they worshiped, the ancient Kemet worshiped the fallen angels, yeah, it was, right, all these Isis and the side, right? It was demotic, so that native ancient Kemet language was demotic, was regulated to local and religious use. So they still was able to keep their culture, their gods, everything. So the Ptolemies, the Hellenes, blended with them too. I'm going somewhere. Now, the way they rewrite in history, they're trying to make it like they didn't blend with them. They kept separate. Wrong. No, they didn't. The Persians did it, and they didn't. They became pharaohs. Hello? And they took on their customs. Now, the Ptolemies actively promoted Hellenistic culture. Do y'all know what Hellenistic culture is? It's hell on earth. It's ditty. They gods want the booty. That's what so the Ptolemies, now these ancient Kemites and the tribe of Judah who they went and got and brought over, they had hell on. You got people after your booty now. Now listen clearly. The Ptolemies actively promoted Hellenistic culture, promoting the worship of their gods, Zeus, Hades, what they got from the Phoenicians, their pantheon of gods. Now, the Ptolemies promoted Hellenistic culture, promoting the worship of their gods, practices, and rituals, and mixed it in with the Egyptian gods, practices, and rituals, creating a unique Greco-Egyptian syncretism, particularly in Alexandria. Come on, Saudi, this is why they called it a cosmopolitan. It was metro. Do you understand what was going on? So now, listen clear. Now, Romans ain't even there yet. All right, so y'all hold your horses. They Hellenes, they ain't even Greeks yet, because the Romans got to come with their mess. Okay, so this became Greco. So when you go through your scholarship, you'll find out. Go study your show, self-approved. I understand everything I'm saying. You can look it up. It's in the books. You can find it. Now, this culture became Greco-Egyptian. and it become a blending, a syncretism. All right? Now, the Hellenes introduced key institutions and practices that were central to their way of life. We going there. Primarily, the Greek and Hellenized Egyptian population. They introduced the gymnasiums. Everybody listen to me. Now, those ancient Kemet had no idea what was coming for them. Oh, I wouldn't wish that. Just like us, the so-called blacks in America that actually got taken into slavery with the transatlantic, we had no idea. Our ancestors had no idea what was coming for us. And they was diddying us too. All right? So the Hellenes introduced key institutions and their practices that were central to their way of life, primarily for the Greek and Hellenized Egyptian population. Now, that's the middle class in Alexandria and Ptolemaic, right? So they primarily, those who accepted the ditty, that's what was going on in Alexandria. The library, they make you think these people was all coming. It was all ditty through the street. It was nastiness. Now, gymnasiums were introduced to ancient Kemet. These were not merely athletic facilities, but educational and social centers where young men, little boys, everybody, received a Greek education called paideia. Don't write the word. We don't want to get flagged. Y'all can see where these root words come from, right? Paideia. Okay, somebody talk to me. Y'all already know. All right, listen clearly. So they introduced these education. So they made the ancient tribe of Judah, the ones who took the ditty, and the ancient Kemet, and whoever was there. This was what their culture when the Hellenes came in. They built these facilities, gymnasiums, and this is the school they made. This was your schooling. Educational and social centers where young men, little men, young boys received a Greek education called paideia. They were crucial for maintaining the Hellenist identity and were a prerequisite for citizenship in the cities. So if you wanted to live in the big city, you wanted to grow, you wanted to get the job, you wanted to be the rap star, you wanted to be the entertainer, you need to sign the record contract. Y'all son, does this sound familiar? Y'all son, does this sound familiar to anybody? If you want to advance, then you're going to have to take the ditty to make it into the city. And y'all know the cities come from Nimrod, the big city, Alexandria. See, they talk about the Alexandria blabber, and they had the festivals through the streets every day. Come on, because it was a mystery cult culture of all the Hellenes gods and all the Egyptian gods and all the Persian gods and all this. And it was every day. It was festivals and smashing through. Okay, now they introduced the gymnasiums where the young men, little boys, received a Greek education called paideia, and it was a prerequisite for citizenship into these cities. They introduced the bathhouses called the thermae. The thermae were Greek-style, Hellenist-style public bathhouses, and they were built in the cities, and they even built it into some of the larger villages. So they built it into the major cities. All right. Are you sharing script? It's not on the screen. Oh, yeah. We going somewhere. Just hold on, Lanya. We going somewhere. I'm showing my stuff. That's my script, my teaching. All right. We going somewhere. Hold on. Now listen clearly. Then they introduced the bathhouses, but they started to introduce the bathhouses and gymnasiums into the countryside. Now remember, the middle hierarchy, the Hellenized one, they were the lower level administration, skilled work, right? But the natives lived where? They were the farmers, the laborers, all right? They lived on the outskirts, in the hoods, right? So now they introduced it there, but now they want everybody. They wanted the ditty They want to diddy the ones who don't want the diddy. All right? So they introduced the Thermae. Greek-style public bathhouses were built in the cities and even some larger villages, the ones who had more money. These served as social and recreational spaces, reinforcing the Hellenistic Greek lifestyle of male body appreciation and the boy-loved servant of their pantheon of gods. Gymnasiums and thermaes were used for grooming and mentorship or tormentorship. Everybody listen. And you know I bring receipts. Here you go. The word gymnasium from the Greek gymnos means naked or nude and was first used in ancient Greece in the sense of a place for both physical and intellectual education of young men, little boys. The latter meaning of a place of intellectual education persisted in many European languages. Gymnasium, naked or nude, all right. Education and health. Accordingly, the gymnasium became connected with education on the one hand and medicine on the other. They were drugging the little boys. Listen clearly. Physical training and maintenance of health and strength were the chief parts of children's earlier education. So I bring receipts. This is what they bought. They actively promoted Hellenistic culture. Do you understand? This is what was going on in Alexandria. So these Christians foolishly want to make you think, no, it was the Septuagint. No, the 72 Hebrew men, yeah, they went and they transliterated into, the Most High would have never, ever let you transliterate his holy manuscript and give it to these ditties. This is Baphomet. This is Baal, Moloch, worship for the little boy. That one, they enslaved those 72 Hebrew and they diddied them and everything. And the Hebrew for the tribe of Judah, the Uish and all that was in there. They were the diddies that was living in Alexandria doing all that type of stuff. The ones who did it, they were on the outskirts in the mountains and stuff, like the Maccabees and stuff, fleeing. Persians too, running. That's why Darius was running for his life. Remember Darius? Remember Alexander the Great? Alexander conquered him and said, he wanted Darius' little Persian booty. He wanted that Arab booty. He chased Darius all to his death. You heard? Run, Darius, run. All right, listen. The word, education and health. Accordingly, the gymnasium became connected with education on one hand and pharmakeia, medicine, on the other. Wasn't Diddy putting that in the baby oil? All right? The physical training and maintenance of health and strength were the chief parts of the children's earlier education, except for time devoted, what they did to letters and music. The education of young men was solely conducted in the gymnasium, where provisions were made not only for you see, young little boys solely in the gymnasium. The word naked or nude. Listen, the gymnasium was formed as a public institution where young men received training and physical exercises. The supervision of the gymnasia were entrusted to gymnasiarchs, okay, who were what? Public officials. Let's go up. Who are the public officials? The ruling class. Oh, come on, let's go. Come on, Delarashah, let's tie it up. Are we going somewhere? Wait till we go where we going. This all fits into where we going. Y'all ride along. Listen, this is the ruling class. The Macedon Hellenes, the administrators, soldiers, the sellers held all high administrative and military posts. The military, they was coming. The 300, what they called them other dudes, the 300, the what's the names, all right? Exempt from many taxes. They lived in the cities, Alexandria and Ptolemaic, all right? Now listen clearly. Come on, Brother Elwood. Now, listen, so here, I'm tying it on up. The gymnasia supervision of the gymnasia was entrusted to gymnasiarchs, who were the public officials responsible for the conduct of the sports and the games at the public festivals, and who directed the schools, these little boys, and supervised their competitors. The gymnastai were the teachers, the coaches, Spartans, thank you, Marara, y'all. The gymnastai were these teachers, ditties, coaches, ditties, trainers of the athletes, little boy. Everybody, these athletes are little boys, 7 years old is when they brought them in. Start at 7, kindergarten, 7, whatever. The Greek gymnasia also held lectures and discussions on philosophy, literature, music. So the philosophers, Aristotle and all, they was there. These are the mentors, tormentors of these little boys. It was they introduced this to ancient Kemet. All right. So the history want to make y'all think Alexandria and the Greek and everything. Oh no, you got to know what was really going on. You got to tie the pieces together. Let's continue. The education of the gymnasium became connected with education and medicine, drugs. They had gymnasiarchs, public officials covering and responsible, and the gymnastai, so they had to teach. So all these old ditty, that's why they had the saunas with these little, all these old gross, nasty old men over these little boys. Okay? Education and health, accordingly, the gymnasium became connected with education on one hand, medicine on the other. Physical training and maintenance of health and strength were the chief parts of the children's education, except for the time when it got devoted that they had these kids do letters and music, and the education of the young men was solely conducted in the gymnasium, where provisions were made not only for physical pedagogy, but for instruction, and they got the name to put this moral and ethics in this. These little boys, all this was going on in this gymnasium. As the little boys grew older, informal conversation and other forms of social activity took place of their institutional systematic discipline. You know what discipline they was doing? Because to do this to these little boys hurt, and it was traumatic. So as they grew older, they became traumatized and one with it. So the discipline lessened. So informal conversation and forms of social activity took place of institutional systematic discipline. Do y'all know what that is? That's torture. Since the gymnasia were favorite resorts of the youth, little boys, they were frequented by teachers, especially philosophers. Do y'all see this? This ain't nothing but the Nambula. So because all the little boys is there, all the teachers is there, the philosophers. Philosophers and sophists frequently assembled to hold their talks and lectures in the gymnasia. Thus, the institution became a resort for those interested in less structured intellectual pursuits. So all these old ditties, philosophers and sophists assembled to lord over these little boys. Listen, they would drug these children in the gymnasium, I wrote. Here we go. Beneath them, in organizational structure, were 10 sophronestai. Look what it says up here, especially philosophers. They were favorited, the resorts, the gymnasia were favorite resorts of the little boys, and they were frequented by these teachers, especially philosophers and sophists. Look, beneath them in the organizational structure were 10 sophronestai, responsible for observing the conduct of the little boys, youths, and especially for attending all their games. Pediotrebe. This, you can't make this up. Pediotrebe and gymnastai were responsible for teaching the methods involved in the various exercises, as well as choosing suitable athletics for the little boys. The gymnastai were also responsible for monitoring the constitution of the pupils and prescribing remedies for them if they became unwell. Drugs. The allopatai oiled and dusted the bodies of the youths. Okay, remember we went through this, but I'm tying it now because we about to tie it all together. Tie it on up, the Most High said. Come on, we're going to tie up ancient, they lied to everybody. Make you think Alexandria, Egypt was this bustling, cosmopolitan, this what was going on. Listen clearly. Now, the gymnasts were also responsible for monitoring the constitution of the people, prescribing remedies for them if they became sick. You know why they became sick? Because these nasties are smashing them with diseases and all this type of stuff. The Alipate oiled and dusted the bodies of the little boys, acted as surgeons, and administered any drugs prescribed. According to Galen, there also existed a teacher that was specifically devoted to instruction in ball games. Your basketball, your football, your baseball, the Olympiad, okay? They was oiling and dusting the bodies. They were surgeons and giving the drugs to these little youth. The word gymnasium is the Latinization of the Greek noun gymnasion, public place for physical exercise or exercise area, bodily exercises, and generally for school. This is where they went to school, which in turn is derived from the common Greek word adjective gymnos, meaning naked or nude, by the way of related to the verb gymnazo, whose meaning is to train naked, to train in gymnastic exercise, generally to train to exercise these little youth. The verb had this meaning because the athletes undressed in changing rooms. The athletes are the little boys, undressed in changing rooms called apoteria, and they train naked, rubbing their bodies with olive oil and then cleaning it with the stringel. These gymnasiarchs, these sophists, these old ditties would rub their these little boys and then clean it off with a stringel. Historically, the gymnasium was used for exercise and communal bathing. So they would bathe in community with the little ones, and later scholarly and philosophical pursuits. This is the thermae. In ancient Rome, thermae and ballet were facilities for bathing. Thermae usually refers to large imperial bath complex, while ballet was smaller scale facilities, public or private. See all that? That's olive oil. So they would be in this nasty soup, these grown philosophers and all that, with the little boys scrubbing that in this nasty. So that's why they would get sick, because all the diseases and stuff in this oil, this green stuff. See how public is it? This is, okay? Now, this is the stringel. Yup, olive oil. Bronze stringel. So they would scrape these little boys with this. It's a torture device. Look. The verb had this meaning because the athletes, little undressed in changing rooms called apoteria, and trained naked, rubbing their bodies with olive oil and then cleaning it with this stringel. Okay. And it was the gymnasium was used for communal bathing, the thermae. That's this. And this is the stringel. They would scrub off these little children's bodies. The stringel, or stringelis, probably a loan word from the pre-Greek substrate, is a tool for cleansing the body by scraping off dirt and perspiration as well as oil that was applied before bathing. Now, y'all listen clearly. They put this, first of all, olive oil stinks if you put it on you. I'm sorry. To others, y'all might think it smells good. It doesn't smell good to me, right? So they would, in order to bathe, they would rub them down with this thick olive oil, and you know what they was doing to them, and then go into, this was bathing. This is a bathhouse. And then they would take this metal thing and scrape it off. So listen, the stringel is a tool for cleansing the body by scraping off dirt and perspiration, as well as oil that was applied before bathing in ancient Greek and Roman cultures. In these cultures, the stringel was primarily used by men, all right, for the little ones. So everybody, this is the culture. So now I repeat, The Hellenes introduced key institutions and practices that were central to their way of life, primarily for the Greek and Hellenized Egyptian population. See, I ties it on up. All right? So I said, now I came back. They introduced all this. This is what was going on in Alexandria. And these Christians want to sit up here and foolishly, because they don't want to study, show themselves approved, think the Most High would allow this culture to write the history of sacred texts, allow some 72. They had to enslave those 72 Hebrews to allow them to do all that stuff, to write our sacred text into this culture's conglomeration, a pantheon of gods, right? They had all their gods. They were just taking everyone's culture. All right. Now, the religious syncretism. The Ptolemies did not force ancient Kemet, the Egyptians, to worship the Greek gods. Instead, they practiced a policy of religious blending, syncretism of all the gods together for political stability. Now, this is the key point when I'm bringing in that the Ptolemies, they blended, syncretized their Hellenized gods, their culture, because each of their gods once describes, oh, I didn't put that up, I left one out. The one where it talked about their gods. Yep, that's all right. I left that one out. Yep, it was the one, it talked about that it was the worship to their gods. I tried to put all of them in there. I don't see it. Nope, it's not there. All right, it named some of the gods. It was Diana. I think it named some of the gods. I can find it real quick. Hold on, because I got it right here. Hold on, give me 1 second. Find it. Where that one? Not that one. Ghislaine, not that one. Sophis, the libraries. There you go. It's this one. All right, I left this one out. Let me stop share. Come to y'all. Share screen really quick. Window, bang, share. This one was supposed to be in there. Athletes competed nude. A practice which was said to encourage aesthetic appreciation of the male body and to be a tribute to the gods. That part, that's supposed to be in there. This is how they worship their gods. So this is the God. So they allowed the ancient Kemet to worship their gods, but they introduced the way they worship Hellen Greek gods and Romans with this gymnasium, Diddy, olive oil, all this stuff. It was said to encourage aesthetic appreciation of the male body and to be a tribute to the gods. Gymnasia and palastrae, which was the wrestling. So they would wrestle. They would oil and dust the little boys and teach them wrestling with the olive oil and all the nasty, and they were under, this is the Hellenist culture. They say once they do these practices in the gymnasia, the education, philosophy, new male body, they were under the protection and patronage of the gods Heracles, Hermes, and in Athens, Theseus. All right, Theseus. All right? And these were Diddy smashing one another gods. We broke that down in another one. All right? It was a tribute. So I had to show that. It wasn't just, this is how they worship their gods. We worship the Most High by being repentant, trying to be righteous, praying to him, trying to live moral. They worship theirs by smashing, it's more like sacrificing the little ones, right? Okay. So stop share. Let me come back. Share screen. Right? Window. Share. Now, the Ptolemies didn't force their worship. They didn't force Egyptians to worship their gods. Instead, they practiced a policy of religious blending and syncretism of all the gods. But remember, they instituted the gymnasia of the Thermae, and then they made it to be, you have to be part of the culture. To be part of it, you have to. So later it started to become, a way. So that's why the people would fight back and run to the mountains and stuff. Okay? Now, and they syncretize it of all the gods together for political stability. So remember, that's going to become key, because these now historians try to make you think like ancient Greek and Hellenes were separate from Egyptians. Wrong, because they're still trying to take some of the identity. The Ptolemies adopted the title of pharaoh. They funded the construction and renovation of ancient Kemet temples, and they participated in native Egyptians' religious festivals. And then they created a new god, Serapis. Everybody listen. This was before Serapis Christos, before the Romans came with any Christianity. Christianity don't exist. No Christ exists. The Hebrew Messiah exists, but he's over in Jerusalem battling with the tribe of Judah and the fools following the laws of Moses, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, the Tamadayah and Hadalayah. He's building his followers. The Hebrew Messiah with feet as burnished brass as if it was burned in the furnace and hair white like wool, white woolly hair. That Messiah. He was no Christ. He was no Christos. He was no Christos. He was no Christos. That didn't exist. Christian didn't exist. Christos didn't exist. Serapis didn't exist. Egypt was worshiping Osiris and Isis and their gods. Hellenes were worshiping Zeus and Hades and Hermes and Theseus and all their gods. Dionysus, their deity gods. So, the imperial cult, when the Ptolemies took over, they adopted the title pharaoh, and they gave money to fund the construction to renovate all the ancient Kemet temples with all the gods, Isis and Osiris and all that. And they participated in the native Egyptian religious festivals. So everybody, they mixed and merged, all right? Then they created a new god named Serapis. And this god they created was to create a common deity that both the Hellenistic Greeks and the ancient Egyptian Kemet could worship together. So Ptolemy the first Ptolemy, Sota, after Alexander the Great Greek deity was chasing Darius, he ended up dying. So Ptolemy took over, his right-hand man. This is the first Ptolemaic ruler. Ptolemy the first Sota, engineered the cult of Serapis. Now you got your tie-in now, y'all. I taught y'all who Serapis Christos was on the other lesson. Go find it. Hakyama put it a link here if you ain't never see it, with images and pictures. Now you got your tie-in. That's to Hayazak. She wanted to know when Serapis came about, okay? This is when he came about. Ptolemy the first, Sota. He engineered the cult of Serapis. All right, Christos. He was the creator of Serapis Christos, the good one. All right. And this new god was a fusion of the Egyptian god Osiris and the sacred bull Apis, okay, with Greek attributes. He was given the appearance of the Greek god Zeus. I meant to grab the image. It's okay. I meant to grab it and put it here. Sorry, I'll be doing a lot. I meant to put the image right here, the way I put these images, but I'll be doing so much work. I apologize, guys. I'll be doing it for hours. I meant to put the image right here. That would have been perfect. It is what it is. All right? Now, this new God was a fusion. Everything y'all been hearing so far was all blending and fusions. It's going to mean something later. All right? Because they're trying to take our history. They're trying to act like it wasn't no blending and fusion. Yeah, this is the Lord too, right? So this new god was a fusion of the Egyptian god Osiris and the sacred bull Apis with Greek attributes. He was given the appearance of Zeus. This was the cult of Serapis was born, and its center was at the Serapeum in Alexandria. It was highly successful and spread throughout the whole Mediterranean. This is your beginning. Later is going to be Christians. Serapis Christos is your Jesus Christ. That ain't the Hebrew Messiah. That's Ptolemy. These ditties engineered this cult of Serapis. All right? Later. Then we broke down the Pseudo-Hadrianic letter. I broke that down before, where he said all the followers of the worshippers of Serapis are in fact Christians. This is later. This is the Roman emperors, right? Right? The Ptolemaic period was characterized by a powerful culture of dualism, mixing, blending. While the Greek elite enjoyed political and economic supremacy, they engaged with, mixed, and accommodated the ancient Kemet Egyptian culture. This fusion created the vibrant, cosmopolitan, mixed-bred world of Hellenistic Egypt and Alexandria and Ptolemaic cities, which was ultimately inherited and transformed by the Roman Empire after they defeated Cleopatra the Seventh. Here we go. Let's get this party started. In 30 BCE. Come on. Shout out to Michael Parks. Y'all gonna learn today. Now we getting the party started. That was just the intro. I had to walk y'all, and we went from Persia in. Now y'all know the whole thing. But I tell you, by the time we get to Christianity, y'all gonna know the whole kit and caboodle. No day. Okay? Now, this fusion created this vibrant metrosexual Alexandria. They try to make you think it's this beautiful metropolitan. Oh, no. This fusion created the vibrant, cosmopolitan, mixed-bred world of Hellenistic Egypt, which was ultimately inherited when the Romans came and conquered the Hellenes and called them Greeks. They transformed the Roman Empire after they defeated Cleopatra the Seventh. Are we going there? Christianity did not exist during the Ptolemaic period. However, the conditions that made its rapid adoption possible were established during this era, primarily lodged through the Hellenized Ditid community in Alexandria. Alexandria was home to one of the largest and most influential Uish communities in the ancient world. And these Uish were highly integrated into the Hellenic culture. They was ditties into the gymnasiums, the thermes, and they were speaking Koine Greek as their primary language. This is the ones who took that. What the Maccabees and they wasn't having it. They fled to the mountains. They fought them. They called them savages. You heard they called them Hickers. You heard this part. Gymnasiums, the thermes, often speaking Koine Greek as their primary language. See, that's what people don't understand. It's Septuagint. The cultural context laid the groundwork for a Greek-speaking religious movement. The translation of the Hebrew scriptures to Koine Greek, known as the Septuagint, during the Ptolemaic period, beginning in the 3rd century, was a foundational event for the future creation of a Roman religion that will be called Christianity. At Antioch, the Romans first called the followers of the way Christians. All right, let's go. Now let's get to the mess. The end of the Ptolemaic, the end of the Ptolemies, and the conquest of Hellenistic Egypt by Uncle Yahya, known as Uncle Yahshua. The story of Hellenistic Egypt ruled by Hellenes under the Ptolemaic dynasty is a dramatic chapter in ancient history that culminated in a pivotal moment. You know what happened? It got conquered by Rome. Now, Yael, Romans incoming, one ditty culture was incoming. You heard? Now the Romans are incoming. So y'all remember this I made for y'all?
No, Diddy! No!
That's what I would have told the Hellenes now. I would have told the Hellenes, I said, oh, y'all thought y'all was the king of the ditties? Oh, these Romans are coming, and y'all ain't got nothing. Diddy ain't got nothing on you Hellenes. I would have said, Hellenes, you better run for your lives. They coming. Boy, this history is crazy work. All right, let's continue. In come the Romans. So the Hellenes, they ran this for almost 400 years. Yeah. All right. The Hellenistic period in Egypt began with Alexander the Hellen, the Diddy, and he conquered in 332 BC, which ended the Persian rule. When Alexander died, his general Ptolemy I, the one who created Serapis, he established the Ptolemaic dynasty, which ruled Egypt and Alexandria for about 300 years, from 305 to 30 BCE. And in come Rome. The power that ultimately conquered the Ptolemaic kingdom was the Roman Republic, specifically under the leadership of Octavian, which was later the first Roman Emperor Augustus. The final years of the Ptolemaic dynasty were defined by its entanglement in Roman civil wars. They did an entanglement, like Jada Pinkett and that little Diddy boy that she entangled herself with, the singer, right? They had an entanglement. Okay? So the final years of the Ptolemaic dynasty were defined by its entanglement in Roman civil wars, primarily through the actions of its last ruler, the Queen Cleopatra VII. Oh, we going there tonight. And her alliance with Mark Antony against Octavian sealed the fate of the Hellenistic kingdom. So the Ptolemies ruled Egypt with their gymnasiums and all that for 300 years. And in come the Romans. But the last ruler was a woman, Cleopatra. Now they tell you she was Hellen. She was Greek. She was white. Yeah, we got some receipts tonight. Yeah, we do. We walking this on down, Delara Shah. But who was Cleopatra? Well, children of the Most High, Cleopatra's reign was from 51 to 30 BCE, and it was defined by her strategic political alliances with the most powerful men in the Roman world, a calculated effort to protect Egypt from Roman annexation. All right, Cleopatra initially ruled jointly with her little brother. Oh yeah, y'all gonna get some understanding tonight. And teach y'all some things y'all didn't know. Y'all know, we break it on down. Cleopatra, at the beginning of her reign, she ruled with her little brother. Her little brother was Ptolemy the 13th, as was the Ptolemaic custom. The Ptolemaic custom was to rule with your family. The brothers and sisters ruled together. But Cleopatra the 7th, the one everybody know about, their relationship with her little brother quickly devolved into a civil war. She didn't get along with her little brother Ptolemy the 13th, and they had a war. She was the first Ptolemaic ruler in 300 years, the whole time they ruled, to actively learn the ancient Kemet Egyptian Demotic language. Everybody listen clearly. This is how they're trying to rewrite history. People couldn't do it when they did that movie Cleopatra and everybody was all, we was kings and she wasn't this. Oh, you know the Most High gonna have me unveil it all. That's why I walked it down. You remember all the blending of the Persians? Remember all the blending of the Hellenes becoming pharaohs and the mixture and admixture? When Cleopatra the 7th came about, she was the first Ptolemaic ruler of all 300 years to learn the Egyptian tongue. Why? Yeah. Oh, it's going down tonight. Oh, yeah. I got something for y'all tonight. Why? Yeah, why? What? Some Cleopatra. I got some images for y'all in a second. The video is crazy what y'all about to see. I'll put in that work for y'all. Cleopatra, why out of all the 300 years of all the Ptolemies, all your ancestors, why would you want to know the Egyptian language? In 48 BCE, after being exiled by her brother, her little brother, Ptolemy the 13th, they don't teach y'all the real history. I'm going to teach you. Y'all going to teach you tonight. In 48 BCE, Cleopatra the 7th got exiled by her brother. and she famously smuggled herself into the royal palace of Julius Caesar. And they say in a rug or a sack, one of the two. She hid herself and smuggled herself into the Roman Emperor Julius Caesar, the famous Caesar. Yeah. Now, Caesar needed Egypt's immense wealth. Now, at this time, Ptolemy, Egypt is the king of the world. Rome is not the king until they sacked Egypt. All right, now listen clearly. Caesar needed Egypt's immense money, wealth to fund his civil war, the war going on in Rome, the split. And Cleopatra, oh, it's coming, Phyllis, it's coming. And Cleopatra, because I couldn't put it because now I need to show y'all what I'm writing. All right? I could read it to y'all, but I want to show y'all. Right? We almost finished this, it's coming. Caesar needed, because I'm about to really break down who she was. That's when it's coming. It gets deep, but wait, it gets deep. Caesar, this still like the intro. Caesar needed Egypt's immense wealth to fund his civil war, and Cleopatra needed Caesar's military might to secure her throne from her little brother. So their alliance was a political necessity for both of them. All right? Now, Caesar defeated Cleopatra's little brother. So her move worked. So Caesar, Julius Caesar, went and he defeated Ptolemy the 13th. And he restored Cleopatra to the throne. So now she is the queen of Egypt. Cleopatra's on the throne. And Cleopatra and Julius Caesar had a baby boy. Yeah, that was her boo sugar booger. I guess she like, I'm rocking with, now I'm just, spoiler alert, this is a sister. Spoiler alert, right? For those who didn't think it was, pay attention. Pay attention, you know, So Cleopatra, she said, all right, I rock with Julius Caesar. He about that business. He about his life. So she that was her sugar booger. Okay? Oh, it's going down. Wait till I break this down. With visual, it's going down. Now, so she had a son. That's a sugar booger now. She rocking with him. And their son was Caesarion. He became Ptolemy the 15th. I think that's where they get Caesarean section, I guess. I don't know. C-section. Maybe she had a C-section. I don't know. That's an interesting statement, right? All right? Now, she had a son. Now, Cleopatra hoped that the son would secure Egypt's future independence because everybody wanted the son to continue the kingdom. Now, unfortunately, her sugar booger Caesar, he got assassinated. All right? Because Rome was at a civil war. And he got unalive. So Cleopatra lost her sugar booger. So she aligned herself up with the next in charge, Mark Antony. Mark Antony was one of the three rulers of the second triumvirate. This Romans. This another white dude. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. Remember, this is sister. All right? Yeah, Brutus killed Julius Caesar, right? So she lost her sugar booger, right? So now she aligns herself with Mark Antony. Now their relationship was a powerful political and military partnership. Mark Antony relied on Egypt's resources, and Cleopatra gained control over vast territories of the Mediterranean. They call that the Near East, Hashem's land, okay? Restoring much of the former Ptolemaic Empire. Cleopatra and Mark Antony had 3 children. That's her new sugar boo. Now, she ain't no hoe. She ain't a whore. She had one sugar booger. She had a baby. That was her boo. He got killed. She got another boo thing. She got other children, right? Now, they got 3 children. This alliance directly challenged the power of Julius Caesar's heir, Octavian. So Julius Caesar's heir wanted to continue his kingdom. And it led to the final Roman Civil War. So Octavian, Julius Caesar's heir, was inhabiting Mark Antony and Cleopatra controlling. So at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, the combined forces of Mark Antony and Cleopatra were decisively defeated by Octavian's fleet, which was led by Marcus Agrippa at the naval battle of Actium. History, right? So they got defeated. Following the defeat and Octavian's invasion of Egypt, so now this is when now Rome is coming to invade. Now, here come the big ditties. Here, the Hellenes thought they did some diddying. Here come the Rome gonna call the Hellenes Greeks. Here come the Romans. So after Mark Antony and Cleopatra lost the war, Octavian invaded Egypt. Antony committed suicide. Cleopatra, listen clearly, unwilling to be paraded as a captive in Rome, took her own life. And they said it was by the bite of an asp. That's written in the scripture, right? It's a fallen angel creature, but a snake. It's a serpent, an asp serpent. Now, listen what the history says. Unwilling to be paraded as a captive in Rome. It don't say that about Mark Antony. I'm going to break this down. It's because she would have been paraded because she was mocked for being black. Listen clearly. I'm going to break this down. Her death marked the end of the Hellenistic period and the annexation of Egypt as a Roman province. Now the Romans are here, effectively ending the 3,000-year history of the independent pharaonic rule and the Ptolemaic rule for 300 years. Here come the Romans. Following the conquest, Egypt was transformed into the Roman province of Aegyptus. Now it's called Aegyptus, later Egypt. It was treated as the personal domain of the Roman emperor. It was governed by a prefect rather than a proconsul. Due to its immense strategic and economic importance, how much money and how big the kingdom of Egypt was, particularly as the primary source of grain for the city of Roma. Okay, now, Roman rule over Egypt. I did that, right? I broke this down. I did this at Roman rule of Egypt, including the subsequent Byzantine, and we're going to come back to that another time. We on Cleopatra now, all right? I'll break this down another time when we finish, right? Eastern Roman period lasts for almost 700 years that they roll, right? First, the Ptolemaic period, 275 years. Roman rule for almost 672 years. That's like 1,000 years they was diddying everybody. The province was initially part of the Western Roman Empire, and after the division of the empire remained a vital part of the Byzantine Empire, the successor. No, some of y'all think Rome didn't get conquered. Yes, they did. I'll show y'all. Y'all don't, no, y'all wrong. Yes, they did. They got conquered by the Arabs, by the Rashidun Caliphate. Yeah, they did. And you know how I got proof? Because guess who still run Egypt today? The Arabs. Ain't no Romans running Egypt. It was a conquer. I'll break that down. We'll come back. The Arab Islamic conquest. All right? Yeah, they got conquered. Just because why they got conquered, not them Arabs conquered them. The Rashidun Caliphate. We'll break that down. The conquering power. The Rashidun Caliphate, Arab Islamic forces. And the conquest began in 639 CE and was complete by 642 with the fall of Alexandria. They burnt, the Arab conquest of Egypt was led by General Amir Abu al-As and occurred shortly after the death of the Prophet Muhammad. The Byzantine Empire, weakened by their wars by the Sasanian Persians, was unable to effectively defend their wealthy province. But we'll get to that later, right? We'll come back to that. Now, let's get to what's her name? Cleopatra. The seventh. Okay, yeah, they still running Egypt now, sitting up there. They ain't their country. That's the land of the black. But anyway, let's continue. Now, here we go. I'm gonna teach y'all something y'all didn't know. Most people didn't know. There was more than one Cleopatra. There was actually 7 of them. So I put this together for y'all. And then after this comes the what's the name? Comes the dope part, the video. The 7 Cleopatras, a comprehensive study of Ptolemaic queenship. Author, Uncle Yahya Shah. I made this December 10th, 2025. I put a course together, Ancient History, Linguistics, and Interdisciplinary. All right, this is my scholarship. The name Cleopatra, right, this is the Greek name, means glory of the father in the Hellenist tongue. It was a dynastic name, and it was used frequently by the queens of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt. Now we about to have some full understanding of, y'all gonna know, Mosai said, teach my children. Listen clearly, children of the Mosai. It was founded by Ptolemy the First Soter. So, listen clearly, the Cleopatra Ptolemaic line was founded by Ptolemy the First. The Serapis Christos was created by Ptolemy the First Soter. This is the dude. They always talk about Alexander the Hellenes. He really did nothing. Well, he conquered it for them, but this Soter dude established everything. Now listen. Founded by Ptolemy First the Soter, a Hellenist Macedonian general and companion of Alexander the Hellenist, Greek, the dynasty ruled Egypt from 305 to 30 BC. The practice of sibling marriage. Everybody listen. Within the Ptolemaic line. Now this goes way after the Most High, from Adam and Eve, when we to go forth and multiply. No. This is unlawful now to be sleeping with your siblings. All right? This is unrighteous. All right? At this time. This is no longer go forth and multiply and stuff. Okay? Now this is again Hellenist practice and culture. The practice of sibling marriages, marrying your brother and sister. That's some nasty stuff. Come on, Sabi Tate. The practice of sibling marriages within the Ptolemaic line intended to keep the royal blood pure. They still do it with the 13 bloodline families. You know, you know. Keep the blood pure and consolidate power. This resulted in a complex and often confusing genealogy, with many rulers sharing the same name. Thus, you got 7 Cleopatras. Listen clearly. Cleopatra is a name meaning glory of the father. Tonight, I will provide a detailed breakdown of the 7 principal queens named Cleopatra, from Cleopatra the first through the 7th. The 7th is the one we all know, who held significant political power. We're going to trace their lineage and analyze their individual accomplishments, which are often overshadowed by the fame of the last pharaoh, Cleopatra the 7th. Now, all 7 Cleopatras were direct descendants of Ptolemy the First Soter through the male line, or so they would want you to believe. See, we break down history, not his story, but you gotta put the pieces together. This is how they try to keep this lie going, that the last Cleopatra the 7th was actually Greek, white, or whatever. Listen clearly. All 7 Cleopatras, they say, were direct descendants of Ptolemy the First Soter through the male line. The Ptolemaic practice of endogamy, which means sibling and cousin marriage, right? That was their practice, to marry your sisters and brothers and your cousins. It meant that each subsequent Cleopatra was a descendant of Ptolemy the First through multiple incestuous lines, ensuring their claim to the throne was rooted in the dynasty's founder, Ptolemy the First. Listen clearly. The first is Cleopatra the First, Sira, from 215 to 176 BCE. She was the daughter of the Seleucid king Antiochus III the Great. She married Ptolemy V Epiphanes That's where you get I had an epiphanies in 193 as part of a peace treaty between the Ptolemaic and the Seleucid kingdoms. Now, did y'all see what the history books say first? Listen what it says. All 7 Cleopatras were direct descendants of Ptolemy I through the male line. Now, you see what it says? This is how they write history. But when you really study with your eyes open, you can see the contradictions right in their text and all their scholarship. This is what they tell you. Right here, they said all 7 were descendants of Ptolemy through the male line. And the first one, she was the daughter of the Seleucid king, Antiochus the You see right there, ultra perm. Right off the, we didn't even get, I could see if this was further down, the 3rd Cleopatra, the 4th one. They literally tell you in the history books that they all descend straight from Ptolemy I through his lineage, the male line. And we get to the first Cleopatra daughter. She the daughter of a Seleucid king. That ain't Ptolemy's male line. That's King Antiochus the Third, the Great, the Macedonian, the Seleucid king. Now she married Ptolemy V, but that's not a direct descendant through the male line. You get it? See, this is how they lie in history. And because they don't think people are going to really study and put the pieces together. But the Most High elect, we do that work. All right, listen. Now, the daughter of she was the first Cleopatra, first Sarah, was the daughter of the Seleucid king, Antiochus III the Great. She married Ptolemy V in 193 as part of a peace treaty between her dad, the Seleucid kingdom, and the Ptolemaic king, which her husband descends from Ptolemy I. So she ain't no direct descendant through the male line. So they lied, like they continue to lie. Let's continue. She was the first Ptolemaic queen to be a regent for her minor son. Her minor son was Ptolemy the fifth, Philometor, from 180 until her death. Her regency was crucial for maintaining stability and peace with the Seleucid Empire. See, because she was a Seleucid, she was of King Antiochus. But I thought they all would, they lie. All they do is lie. A policy, so she maintained stability and peace with her empire, Seleucid Empire, her dad, a policy that contrasted sharply with the aggressive stance of her husband, to Ptolemy's previous ministers. She was the first queen to be deified with her husband as Theo Epiphanes, manifest gods. So this is the first Cleopatra Sarah. Now, her descent from Ptolemy I by marriage. She was the daughter-in-law of Ptolemy IV, all right? And a direct descendant of Ptolemy I through her husband. See, that's not descent. You're not a direct descendant if you're not my child. That's not your lineage. See, this is how this is bad scholarship, but they know people they receive anything they tell them. But the Most High's elect, we don't. We sort, we rightly divide. All right, now listen, now we're on to Cleopatra II. Her identity, she was the sister and wife. I'm sorry, this is some crazy stuff, Saudi tape. She was the sister and wife of Ptolemy IV, Philometor, and later she became the sister and wife of Ptolemy. So she was the sister and wife of both brothers. She smashed and married 2 of her brothers. This is just some crazy. Here go these Hellenistic Greeks. Now everybody, would the Most High allow his 72 Hebrew elders to translate our sacred manuscript into any Greek tongue? See, this is when you rightly divide, you can see this is what these Christians don't want to see. No, it's all fallen angel, incestuous Diddy culture. Never would he allow to mix the holy with the profane. They did that under Diddy. They were enslaved. It would have never. That's why it's all wicked. That religion, all of it. Now, she Cleopatra II was the sister and the wife of Ptolemy IV, and later she was the sister and the wife of Ptolemy VIII, Physicon. She ruled in various co-regencies for over 4 decades. Cleopatra II was a powerful independent ruler. Her reign was marked by a bitter civil war against her brother/husband. This is crazy. Ptolemy VIII and her daughter/niece. Yo, this gets crazier. Cleopatra III. Okay? So her daughters, what in the trailer park? What in the Appalachians? Shout out to the Appalachians in the trailer. No disrespect. But what in the... These Hellenists, boy, these ditties is crazy. Right? So she had a civil war against her brother/husband, and then her daughter/niece, okay, let me turn it down just a little bit. Cleopatra III, all right, right there, all right, because I'm probably going to get a little loud. All right, I'm going to leave it right here. All right, her daughter/niece, all right, right there. All right, so now, the Civil War, okay, hold on. So she had a bitter civil war against her brother/husband, Ptolemy VIII, and her daughter/niece, Cleopatra III. She briefly ruled as the sole queen of Egypt after driving Ptolemy VIII and Cleopatra III out of Alexandria. So she wasn't no joke, right? This civil war was a period of intense political turmoil that destabilized the Egyptian kingdom. She's a direct descendant through her father, Ptolemy V, and her mother, Cleopatra I, because they all related. I mean, okay, so let's continue. Now, we on to Cleopatra III of Eutyches. She was the daughter of Ptolemy IV and Cleopatra II. She married her uncle. Boy, this thing is crazy. What in the... Come on, Yashala, the Jerry Springer ain't got nothing on these people. She married her uncle, Ptolemy VIII, Physicon, who had previously married her mother. I'm telling you, this part is fun. And after this, we get into the video. Is dope, right? So this I was like, this is crazy work. And I put those together. I said, this is insane. Okay. That's why they don't let us know about no other Cleopatras, right? We only hear about one. That's Cleopatra VII, because they don't want y'all to know all this stuff, right? So she married her uncle, Ptolemy VIII, who had previously married her mama. She ruled for nearly 40 years, a longevity second only to her mother, Cleopatra II. She was known for her ruthless political maneuvering, particularly against her own sons. She was known for her ruthless political move. They was killing their own son, like what's the name? Jezebel's daughter, right? Maneuvering particularly against her own sons, Ptolemy IV, Lathros, and Ptolemy X, Alexander I, all her sons, who she alternately installed and deposed from the throne to maintain her power. So she put her sons on the throne and then unalived them, and these people are nasty. She was a formidable political operator who effectively controlled the throne of Egypt for decades. She was a direct descendant through both her father, Ptolemy IV, and her mother, Cleopatra II. Now you got Cleopatra IV. She was the daughter of Ptolemy VIII and Cleopatra III. She married her brother, Ptolemy IV, Lathros, but was quickly expelled by her dominant mother, Cleopatra III. This one was a nasty one. Cleopatra III, she was putting everybody on the throne and then unalive them. So she married her brother, and she was quickly expelled by Cleopatra III. After she was expelled from Egypt, she demonstrated significant political ambition by raising an army in Cyprus, and then she married the Seleucid king Antiochus IV, Caesius, whatever. This move highlights the interdynastic politics of the Hellenistic world, which become the Greeks, where Ptolemaic princesses were used to forge alliances with other successor kingdoms. She is a direct descendant through both her father and her mother. All right, now we got Cleopatra V, Tryphaena. She was the wife of Ptolemy VII, Euletes. Her identity and co-regency are historically confused with a possible Cleopatra the sixth. So Cleopatra the fifth, they confused about her history. She was a co-regent with her husband, Ptolemy the seventh, but was exiled, and she died shortly after the birth of her daughter, Berenice the fourth. She was a direct descendant through her husband, Ptolemy the seventh, and likely through her own father, who was probably Ptolemy the fifth or Alexander the first. They don't really know about her. Now we got Cleopatra the sixth, Trophaena. Her existence is debated in its history. The existence of a distinct Cleopatra the sixth is debated among modern historians. She is often considered to be the same person as Cleopatra the fifth, this one. So they mix these two up. Some ancient sources suggest a separate daughter of Ptolemy the seventh, who briefly ruled with Berenice the fourth after Ptolemy the seventh's exile, but this is not widely accepted. If she existed as a separate person, her role was a brief minor co-regency. Her primary significance is the confusion that she introduces in the numbering of the Cleopatra. So her only significance is that they're confused about who she is. They mix her with the fifth. The sixth and the fifth gets mixed up, which is why the next queen is definitively numbered the seventh. She's supposed to be a direct descendant through her father, so they're confused about her. Now we on to the Cleopatra everybody know about. Cleopatra, you know they had some issues in their chromosomes. You know these people is nothing but ultra-perm mess in their genetics. Cleopatra the seventh, Thea Philippator, the daughter of Ptolemy the seventh, Euletes. She was the last active ruler of the Ptolemaic kingdom. She ruled for 21 years. This our Cleopatra. Everybody listen. This is the one. 21 years she ruled. She was the daughter of Ptolemy the seventh. Known for her exceptional political acumen, her linguistic skills, she was the first Ptolemy to learn Egyptian. Why? This keeps coming up. Why was she the only one to learn Egyptian? Everybody. They say they don't know who her mama is. They say they go back, they don't even know who her grandmama is. Conveniently, they got everybody else, but this one, we'll know who her mama is or who her grandmama is. We just know she white, she Greek. Listen clearly. Now, she's known for her strategic alliances with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. She fought to preserve Egypt's independence against the rising power of Rome, ultimately failing at the Battle of Actium, which led to the Roman annexation of Egypt, Roman conquering it. She descends from Ptolemy I, a direct descendant through her father, Ptolemy VII, and no mention of her mama. The following table summarizes, I'll break down the Cleopatras in my table. It's all good. All right. The seventh, strategic alliances, Caesar. Her life marked the end of the Hellenistic age. The primary question remains, why does Cleopatra VII, Thea Philippator, overshadow all the other six Cleopatras in popular history and cultural memory? The answer lies in the unique confluence of historical time and geometrical significance and the enduring power of the Roman propaganda, the end of an era. Cleopatra VII was the last active pharaoh of Egypt and the final ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Her defeat and subsequent suicide in 30 BCE marked the end of the Hellenistic age and the transformation of Egypt into a Roman province. The definitive historical endpoint imbues her life with a tragic epoch-making significance. Unlike earlier Cleopatras, whose political struggles were largely internal to the Ptolemaic kingdom, Cleopatra's the seventh's life was inextricably linked to the most powerful men of the Roman world, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. Her strategic alliances were not minor Hellenistic kings, but with the figures who were actively shaping the future of the Mediterranean, the Anatolian kingdoms, right? Crete and all the area. The direct involvement in two major Roman civil wars, Caesar versus Pompey and Octavius versus Antony, guaranteed her a central dramatic role. The most significant factor in her enduring fame is the, all right, we don't got to go through that, right? Yes, we do. Yes, we do, because it makes sense. All right. The most significant factor in her enduring fame is the Octavian Augustan propaganda that followed her defeat. Everybody listen. Octavian, who later became Emperor Augustus, needed to justify his war against a fellow Roman, Mark Antony. He did this by demonizing Cleopatra. Everybody, portraying her not as a brilliant political leader, but as an exotic, seductive, and dangerous Eastern temptress who had corrupted a noble Roman general. Everybody, he mocked her as black, as an Igor, that Mark Antony slept with this Igor and wants this Igor to be marked with the Roman kingdom. That's how he justified his war. All through history, they ridiculed Cleopatra. Everybody. None happened to none of the others. Okay? And the others, listen, slept with the Seleucid Empire. Right? Right? Now, the image of Cleopatra as a lascivious, like they call her, indulgent temptress who focused on usurping the power of the elite Roman men was dominant after Augustan propaganda. This narrative, designed to assert Roman moral and political superiority, was highly effective and became the foundation for nearly all subsequent Western portrayals of the queen. So after this, all portrayals of her was this like they did with all the black women of popular black queens, and they made them like they were whores and all this stuff, right? The Roman narrative was amplified and immortalized by later writers and artists, most notably Plutarch, whose parallel lives serves as a primary source for Shakespeare. William Shakespeare and Antony and Cleopatra. These works cemented her image as a tragic, romantic, and powerful figure, transforming her from a historical queen into a cultural archetype, the ultimate femme fatale. We going somewhere. I'm going to show you images. Her predecessors, whose political achievements were significant but lacked this dramatic Roman-centric narrative, were relegated to the footnotes of history. Now, here we go. Let's get started. Because I can go through, I'm going to do that next time. We go to Egypt under Roman rule and Roman. Here we go. Now I get to the video. Let's go. Now
Will you put the comments back on screen?
Thank you. Comments on screen. Stop share. I need to break all that down. It took longer than I thought, but it's okay. It's only 11:30. It's Friday night. Get your snacks up. Let's go. Let's go. Now, we're 2 hours in. Get my backdrop. Let me see which one it is. It's this one. Let me click it. Where I put it. Where I put you. Right there. Get my backdrop up. Come back to y'all. Bang. Share screen. Cleopatra. Share. Full screen. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers. Well, I ain't got no copyright disclaimers. Let's go. Now we're about to find out who she really was. Who really was this Cleopatra? Here go the backdrop. All right. Now, everybody. As I get started. Clear my throat. Let me drink me a little bit of water. Oh, this water been sitting here for a long time. I'm not about to drink that. Could y'all give me some water, please? Some water. All right. They hid who Cleopatra's identity. They lied to us. They lied to us all. They lied in the textbooks. They lied in the movies. Let me see where my volume at. I could turn it up some, because I ain't going to yell now. They lied to us all. They lied in the textbooks. They lied in the movies. They lied in the museums. They lied everywhere. For centuries, they've been selling us a polished, whited out skinned image of Cleopatra. They've been showing us an image of Cleopatra, right? All of us, as this dainty European Greek beauty. They show her lounging on a throne beside the Nile. They want us to believe that Egypt's last great queen looked more like Elizabeth Taylor than anything remotely African. But tonight we're going to break down the truth. They don't want you to know Cleopatra was not fully Greek, and Rome knew it. Her story didn't start in a marble palace in Greece. She wasn't born in Greece and Macedonia. It didn't unfold in some snowy European empire. Cleopatra VII, her story unfolded in ancient Kemet, Africa, on African soil, in the heart of a Black civilization that had been building kingdoms, writing laws, and studying fallen angels and the stars for centuries, while Europe was still figuring out how to bathe. No disrespect, it just is what it is. Cleopatra was the product of that world, the seventh. That's why she learned Egyptian. She was a product of a world that stretched from Nubia to the Mediterranean, from Kush all the way to Egypt. And the deeper you dig, the more European fantasy falls apart. The deeper you pull back the layers, the whitewashing falls apart. But tonight we're going to start with the obvious. Cleopatra was born and raised in Egypt, not Athens, not Rome, not Macedon. And Egypt was never a European land. It was a Black African civilization that had flourished for thousands of years. Its queens and kings were depicted with brown skin, braided hair, and features that mirrored the people of the Nile Valley and Nubia to the south. The dynasty that Cleopatra VII was born into, the Ptolemies, they came from Macedonia. That is true. But here's what they don't teach us. Here's what they conveniently erase out of history. After more than 250 years of the Ptolemies being in Africa, in Egypt, they weren't the same people who first stepped off those ships with Alexander when Ptolemy I set it up. You're talking almost 300 years later of them mixing and mingling. Now y'all understand why I started this off with the Persians mixing, syncretizing the cultures and the religions. Darius, and then Alexander becoming the pharaoh. The Ptolemies, all the mixture. Now, by the time Cleopatra VII, this is 250 years of mixing and mingling and intermarrying. They had been blended with the Egyptian elite. They adopted the local customs, the rituals, the rites. They were pharaohs and all it, right? And some had openly allied themselves with Nubian and Ethiopian royalty. Understand, these Ptolemies, they was mixing in their children outside of ancient Egypt, Kemet, in Nubia and Kush, Ethiopian royalty. See, this is the part that they whitewash out of history, Saudi Tate. See, these Black kingdom right up river from Egypt, right along the Nile. Cleopatra VII herself was a product of that mixing, and likely far more Afro than Eurocentric. She apparently, her mama genes, and I don't even know if her daddy was actually, but this is what they say, her daddy was one of the Ptolemies. Well, I'll just go with that. But you know what history says? We don't know who her mama was. We don't know who her grandmama was, but her daddy was this Ptolemy. Apparently, mama has some strong genes, because she was, mixed, but she was Black mixed. You heard? 3 centuries of hybrid remix culture. Facts. Now listen, Cleopatra was the 7th was a product of that mixing. All right? All right. Now, why do I say? Because historical record is full of deliberate gaps. All right? No one knows exactly who Cleopatra's mother or even her grandmother was. And it's not a coincidence. It's a cover-up. Everybody, whenever they conveniently leave out stuff, it's because they're trying to cover the tracks, okay? Later, these Roman historians, they were biased in their writing of his story. And modern scholars often speculate that her mother was Greek just because it fits their preferred narrative. But the true evidence of history points elsewhere. There's strong reason to understand through scholarship and believe that Cleopatra's mother was from the Memphite priesthood. The Memphite priesthood, an elite Egyptian priestly family that has strong Nubian ancestry deeply tied to the temples of Pharaoh. Okay, once you go through the real full scholarship and go back to the ancient texts and look at the reliefs and the hieroglyphs, it points back to her mom being from the ancient Memphite priesthood. Others argue that she may have been a royal from Myra, the capital of Kush, of modern-day Sudan. They say that she was, right, a kingdom that rivaled Egypt in wealth and power and was known for its black queens, the Kandaks. Now, some say her mother was a royal from the capital of Kush, right? Now, either options means Cleopatra's bloodline had a strong root, African root, not just of Greek, of European. Either option. Now, here's the kicker. Even the Romans who fought her, they knew this. That's why all through history, the Romans, Augustus, all of them, they had a smear campaign. And the smear campaign that they pushed against Cleopatra VII was drenched in all racist language. Roman writers called her barbarian. They called her a savage. They called her foreign. They mocked her darker complexion and non-Roman features. They portrayed her not just as an enemy, but as an African enemy, dangerous, cunning, and alien to their world. That's why this Cleopatra stood out when nobody knew about none of the other Cleopatras. Okay? This is why. Now, this is why she's the only one out of 300 years of all the Ptolemies to be immersed in Egyptian tongue. She learned her culture, speak it fluently. Now, this is why they had the smear campaign, all right? They portrayed her not just as an enemy, but as a barbarian, a foreign, a savage. If Cleopatra, who that? Y'all send out prayers for that person. I can't see who it is.
It just says dislike button.
I know, because they don't give us the app. We sending out prayers for you, child of the Most High. May the Most High bless you and cover you. May they send in Raphael his ministering, healing, Malayat, May they send Makaya'al, his warrior Malayak, to fight on your spiritual behalf. I don't know what you're going against, but we send out this invocating prayer to our Father who art in heaven. If it's in his will, that he'll show mercy and grace and help you in your time of need, that you ask the children of Yah, you ask the house for prayer. So we send out prayers and invocation to our Abba Yah. Abba Yah says, speak and send out prayers. We are our brother and sister's keeper. So we send our prayers for your condition, whatever you're suffering from. May the Most High bless you. May he cover you. May he send his favor, grace, and mercy over your predicament, all in his will. Father, if it's in your will, please help our brother and sister through what they're going through. All in your will, Abba Yah. May your will be done. We say this prayer for you, child of the Most High, in the name of his only Yah's son who comes in his holy name. And we say Aman Yah, Halallah Yah, and Shallah Yah. That's Amen, Hallelujah, and Selah. It is done. Prayers. And may the house continue to pray for that child of Yah. Praise his holy name, his rightful order. All right. Now, Cleopatra, they smeared her, the only one. Out of all the other 7, only this one was smeared. This one. Now, if Cleopatra truly looked like a white Macedonian princess, Rome would have never had the need to emphasize her otherness. All the smear campaign, they talked about how different she was from them. They did this over and over again because they weren't fighting against a European queen. They were fighting against a black African monarch who had the power to challenge their whole empire. But this is just the surface. Because Cleopatra VII's African roots weren't just in her blood, they were in her politics, in her alliances, and the world that she fought for. And once you follow the steps, the traces to these roots, the myth of this whited out Cleopatra will collapse completely. To understand who Cleopatra really was, you have to stop looking at her through the Roman ditty eyes and start seeing her through the land that shaped her, the Nile Valley. Because Cleopatra wasn't just born in Africa, she was actually Africa's daughter. And everything about her reign, she made sure to manifest and reflect that. We're going to start with her lineage, the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies who ruled Egypt after Alexander the Hellenistic Greek. They weren't some isolated foreign elite living alone above the people. No, the Ptolemies were forced to adapt and mix and syncretize over generations. They married into Egyptian priestly families to legitimize their rule. They became pharaohs. That's why I broke all of that down. The Persians did it all that. So these new modern scholars try to whitewash and make you think, no, the Ptolemies kept their stuff. No, they didn't. It was a complete admixture from the beginning when Ptolemy when Alexander became a pharaoh right from the rip, when he did sacrifices to Osiris and Isis, when Ptolemy the first Soda created Serapis Christos from Osiris and the Apis bull, the ancient Egyptians, they were completely immersed and admixed into the ancient Kemet culture. They married ancient Kemet priestly families to legitimize their rule. They adopted Egyptian religion. They spoke the Egyptian language and performed ancient Nile Valley rituals. By 250 years later, by the time Cleopatra VII came, the Ptolemaic dynasty had been African for almost 300 years. Cleopatra VII herself was the first of her whole line to speak the Egyptian language. She was crowned as pharaoh in all traditional ceremonies, dressed in the regalia of Isis. She portrayed herself as the living embodiment of the goddess Isis, not Athena, not Aphrodite. Everybody listen. She was the only one of all the Cleopatras to portray herself as the living embodiment of the Nile Valley ancient Kemet goddess Isis. the African goddess. That wasn't a Macedonian identity. That was a Nile Valley identity. But wait, it gets deeper. The Nile Valley does not stop at Egypt's southern border. It flows from the heart of all through what we call Africa. And Cleopatra knew the power that laid upriver from her kingdom. To the south was ancient Kush, and an empire also in Nubia, whose queens and kings had once conquered Egypt itself. Now, these weren't just passive neighbors, ancient Kush, Nubia, and all of them. They were actual equals to ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt. Sometimes they were even rivals, but they were also kin. They all from Ham. These are Hamites, okay? Mitzrayim, Ham, Cush, Foot, Nubia, okay? These Ham's descendants, okay? They're all family. Cleopatra's Egypt and Cush shared more than just the Nile River. They shared religion, they shared art, they shared architecture and royal bloodlines. They went to war. They knew who they were. Come on, Hayazar. Come on, Yaram. They knew who they were. These are black kingdoms. Ancient Kush, ancient Nubia, ancient Kemet, these all Kush descendants. I mean, the Ham's descendants. Okay, Canaan, they all know who they are and everywhere. All right? And they ain't wasn't nothing to play with. All right? These royal families, they shared kingdoms, they shared religion, they shared art, they shared architecture, they shared royal bloodlines. Temples in all of these kingdoms honored the same gods. Sometimes they named them a little different names, but most of the time their gods was named the same. Royal families exchanged envoys, right? They were maritime, and alliances, okay? All right? Now, at the 25th dynasty, once they restored Egypt's glory, they restored it because ancient Kush was tearing the pharaohs up, the Kushites. But by the time of Cleopatra VII, by the time her birth, Egypt got restored to its glory, right? So the dynasty was led by kings like King Pa and Tahara. It was unmistakably black, depicted in the statues with dark skin and Nubian features. This was the world that Cleopatra VII was born into and inherited. It was all of these kings. We got the hieroglyphs, you got the statues, you got the tombs. This is a world where Nubia wasn't no distant land. Nubia was part of the same civilizational ecosystem. And Cleopatra VII didn't just acknowledge that, she actually leaned into it. That's why Roman Octavian and them had to smear her name against the Romans, for the Romans, against her, calling her savage and all this. Because she didn't just acknowledge her ancestors, she went to them. She did merges with them. Archaeological evidence shows close ties between her court and the priesthood of the southern temples of Nubia. Ancient records speak of trade routes connecting Queen Cleopatra VII capital in Alexandria to the Meroes' wealth of gold, iron, and war elephants. Okay? It spoke of diplomatic exchanges that it saw Cleopatra mixing with Kushite queens, okay, and foreign, not as foreign monarchs, but sisters in sovereignty. There was Kushite queens, there was Nubian queens, and Cleopatra VII was shown to go and eat and sup with them and bring gifts. See, this is the part of history that they write out, guys, in the whitewashing. This is what what's his name, Octavian, was pointing out to the Romans to why he was conquering Mark Antony, and why he was, you know what I'm saying, why he needed to, because they needed to, because this black queen with all her African ties, they was like, she don't identify strongly with her Macedonian part. If she had some, you know, I'm just going off, you know, we got to do scholarship. I'll give it that her dad was a Ptolemaic, but her mom wasn't, and she identified with that part. I guess it was in her DNA. All right. Now, and they said that she looked, you know, her mama must have them strong genes. She was gorgeous. You heard? Now, history speaks of her trade routes connecting with Cush, Nubia, and these kingdoms, right? And trading with Marwar's wealth of gold and iron and war elephants, and the diplomatic exchanges, eating with the queens as sisters in sovereignty. This wasn't Greece she was going to. This wasn't Rome she was going to. She was going to African kingdoms. And Cleopatra the Seventh moved like someone who was one with it. She moved amongst them not like she wasn't no foreigner. The European image of Cleopatra as a Greek queen in Egypt collapses under the weight of this evidence. She was born in Africa, she ruled an African kingdom, and she drew power from all the African alliances. She was steeped in African religion. She spoke complete Egypt African language, Demat, and embodied an African goddess, Isis, as her image. Even the Romans, desperate to delegitimize her, could never erase those roots. So why does the myth of white Cleopatra persist, Unc? Because Rome didn't just defeat her. They rewrote her. This what they doing today. I showed y'all the image at the beginning. They saying Mansa Musa was white. See, guys, if we can see them doing it today, it's just imagine what they did. So if they making Mansa Musa white today, imagine what the people 300 years from now are going to say he was. We're seeing what happened then happen now. Nothing new under the sun. You see? So why are they still worshiping her image like she was white? Because Rome didn't just defeat her. Octavius, they rewrote her. And that rewriting has shaped how the world sees her now, 2,000 years later. But the truth of the Most High, the truth refuses to stay buried, because it's carved in the temple walls, it's sealed in the hieroglyphs, it was preserved in the frescoes, it's preserved in the coinage, it's whispered in the bloodlines of Nubia and ancient Kemet. And once you start following the clues, once you start putting the pieces to the puzzle together, that European fairy tale unravels fast. Because Cleopatra wasn't a European queen who just happened to rule Africa. She was a mixed African queen who shook Europe to its core. For centuries, historians have repeated the same lazy line. You know, Cleopatra was Greek. That was it. She was Greek. It's a phrase repeated so often that most people don't even question it. But that line is built on sand, and the cracks are easy to see once you stop reading all the headlines and start reading the actual true history. Now, we're going to start with the dynasty. Cleopatra was born in the Ptolemaic dynasty founded by Ptolemy I Soter. I broke that down. One of Alexander the Greek's general, right? That's true, right? But here's what they don't emphasize. Ptolemy I arrived in Egypt at 323 BCE, 300 years before Cleopatra was born. That's nearly as long as the United States has existed, okay? So now imagine how much a family's bloodline and culture can change in 300 years. especially when they're ruling in a powerful African kingdom that they allowed to keep their practices and their culture and their religion and their temples and everything, right? Right? And they was marrying into the local priestly families to maintain their legitimacy. Ancient Egypt wasn't some isolated nation state. It was part of a deeply connected Nile Valley civilization that stretched far south into Nubia and Kush. See, those southern kingdoms were not just neighbors, they were relatives. Egypt and Nubia shared the same gods, the same rituals, the same language, elements, and royal bloodlines. Intermarriage between Egypt and Kush was common between the priestly classes in the royal houses, and many high-ranking Egyptians, even in the Ptolemaic period, were of mixed Egyptian and Nubian descent. So some might have told you wrong. They tried to trip out saying Cleopatra wasn't just Egyptian and Macedonian and Hellenistic Greek, that she was more likely Nubian. They weren't just mixing inside of Kemet, they was mixing inside of Kush too. Yeah, they was getting some of that good old Hershey chocolate. Yeah, they were. You heard? Intermarriage was common between priestly classes. Okay? Now, intermarriage was common between royal houses. Many high-ranking Egyptians were mixing with the Nubians. And this is where the story gets interesting. Now, we know that Cleopatra's father, we're gonna take that, we're gonna give him that, was Ptolemy the 12th, all right? But Cleopatra's mother, this historical figure, the world knows Cleopatra the 7th. This Cleopatra, the world knows. Why we don't know her mama? Why is this a historical mystery? You know why? Because it was deliberately left blank in many records. It was erased, whited out. Roman sources like Plutarch and Cassius, who loved to gossip, these gossipers, they love scandal. They don't never talk about Cleopatra's mama. See, these ancient Cassius Dio, these ancient Roman writers, right, philosophers and all this crap, right, they love talking about everybody. Oh, everybody's hush-hush when it comes to Cleopatra's the 7th's mama and grandmama. Why? They don't say nothing about her. You know why? Because acknowledging her identity would have revealed something that Rome didn't want to remember, that Cleopatra's maternal line was either Kemet or Kush, Kushite, Nubian. Many scholars, including a scholar named Joyce Tildesley, she authored a famous book of Cleopatra called The Last Queen of Egypt. Joyce Tildesley, our white sister, shout out to Joyce Tildesley, she believed that Cleopatra's mother was part of the Memphite priesthood, ancient Memphis, a priestly line, right? She wrote one of the most famous books, Cleopatra, the Last Queen of Egypt. The Memphite priesthood was an Egyptian elite priesthood with deep Nubian ancestry, okay? Other scholars point to the diplomatic records suggesting that Cleopatra VII had ties to Meroe, the capital of ancient Kush. See, this fact that her identity, her mama's identity, was never recorded is straight suspicion. You would never not record the mother of this historical figure. That they have everybody else's. See, once you track these dynasties, they track in history, the Hellenes and the Romans track the dynasty lineage obsessively. That all through history. The only time that something ain't shown is when there was something that they wanted erased. But there's another detail that most people never hear about. Cleopatra's grandmama is another mystery. Okay? Another mystery. You're welcome, Miss She. You're welcome. Thank our Father. And praise Yah, I do the work he tell me to do. Another one is her grandmother. It's a mystery. Ptolemy the Ninth's wife and mother, Ptolemy the Ninth's wife and the mother of Ptolemy the 12th. Cleopatra's father was never named. See, there's a lot of holes in this story that they conveniently whitewash over and leave out. It's a lot of holes in this fabric. All right? Once again, scholars just quietly speculate that she was Macedonian, Greek, but they never, or they'll say she was Egyptian, but they rarely say what that really means. Her grandmother and her mama could have been a woman of Black of African heritage from the priestly or royal families of southern Egypt or Nubia. Two missing women, Cleopatra's grandmother and her mother, leave half of Cleopatra's lineage undocumented. Yet the historians will confidently tell you she's Greek. See, guys, this is bad scholarship. This is lie from the lake of fire. This is whitewash. This is they did it in the history again. You heard? You can't linguistically, archaeologically, whatever you call historically, validate that she was Greek if half of her lineage is missing. You can't. It's undocumented. But they'll confidently say she's Greek. That's not scholarship. That's not scholarship. Now, there's more evidence hidden in plain sight. Here it goes. Cleopatra VII didn't just rule Egypt. She embodied it. She was the first Ptolemaic monarch to speak Egyptian fluently, a language of the Nile Valley, right? She performed ceremonies as she was Isis incarnate. She took on the image and said she was Isis. Isis was the African goddess whose imagery originated in ancient Nubia. She embraced Egyptian religion and imagery so completely that the Egyptian priests described her as the daughter of Ra and the flesh of Isis. This is the part they leave out, children of the Most High. Out of all the history, you got to study to show yourself approved. The Egyptian priests of ancient Kemet, of Helen, Egypt, described her, Cleopatra VII, as the daughter of Ra and the flesh of Isis, Amun-Ra, the sun god. Now that ain't no European queen dabbling in no foreign customs. That's a queen who was one with the land that she ruled. Even the art and inscriptions from her reign tell a story that mainstream historians conveniently avoid. Let me take a drink really quick. Woo! Woo! I needed that. Praise the Most High for water. Give me one more, guy. Oh, man. Because you know, I'll be talking for hours straight. My throat is seized up doing the Most High's work. All right, let's continue. Now, they leave her lineage undocumented. There's evidence in plain sight. She embodied Egypt. She was the first Ptolemaic monarch to speak Egyptian fluently. She performed ceremonies as she was Isis incarnate. She embraced the Egyptian religion and imagery so completely that the priests described her as the daughter of Ra and the flesh of Isis. Now, that's a queen who was one with the land she ruled. Even the art inscriptions from her reign tell a mainstream story that the historians conveniently avoid. Statues in her temple reliefs depict Cleopatra the 7th show features that align with African physiognomy, sorry, these words, right? That it depicts her physical characteristics as having a broader nose, fuller lips, and brown skin tones. The earlier coins that were minted of her during her rule never show a pale-skinned woman with straight European features. They actually show a queen with coiled hair and distinctly African facial structure. The Roman writers knew this. That's why they lean so heavily into disrespecting and othering Cleopatra. Okay? When they did their smear campaign, Octavian, who later became Emperor Augustus, called her a barbarian, a foreign temptress, a savage queen in his speeches to rally the Roman support. He would have never had to call a white Macedonian these terms to other her. Cassius described her as exotic and alien to the Roman world. This is historical facts now I'm speaking, okay? This is how they described her, exotic and alien to the Roman world. Even Plutarch, decades after her death, he framed her beauty as something beyond Roman standards. See, it's written in the details as they're doing this whitewashing. They weren't fighting a familiar face from Greece. They were fighting a black African queen. Now, she was mixed, but she was identifying with that melanin. All right? Now, they were fighting a African woman. And this is where the Greek Cleopatra, that myth starts to look ridiculous when you really break it down. Because if Cleopatra truly looked like a white Macedonian noblewoman, then why did Rome have to go to such length to racialize her? Why would the emphasis on her foreignness be proclaimed so much? Why would the obsession with painting her as a barbarian, as a threat to Roman purity? See, the answer is simple. Because she didn't look like them. Because she wasn't one of their image. They knew who they were fighting and they feared what she represented. Not just a powerful Macedonian queen, but the continuation of the ancient African royal tradition, the bloodline that stretched back millennia. See, the myth of the white Cleopatra didn't start in her lifetime. It started after her enemies were killed. Her legacy in Rome was ground zero for the rewriting. It wasn't going on when she was alive. When Octavian defeated Cleopatra and Mark Antony, when they committed suicide, he didn't just conquer Egypt, he conquered its story. He couldn't allow the Roman public to see Cleopatra as a brilliant, legitimate queen that will make his war look unjust. So he launched one of the first great smear campaigns in history. That's probably where they get that from in politics. Cleopatra became the queen, the foreign seductress, the witch, the barbarian, the savage. Rome flooded the world with imagery of this dangerous, exotic woman who bewitched the noble white Romans with her charm. See, once you read through the lines, this is all black everything, because ain't nothing changed. It's the same tactics they always do. That's how you know to exegete script and text and history. That smear campaign, it stuck over time because the victors rewrite the history. And the details of Cleopatra's life started to be buried under layers of Roman propaganda. Her ethnicity was rewritten. Her brilliance was minimized, and all of her African alliances, they erased it. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, children of Yah. Because we got to teach this. Come on, Dava Yah. We got to teach this. The truth. Yah is unveiling the truth history. Now, they erased all of it. Okay? They flooded the world with imagery of this witch. Okay? They buried the details of her life under this propaganda. Her ethnicity was rewritten, her brilliance minimized, and all of her Nubian and Cushite alliances erased. Plutarch's life of Mark Antony, was written nearly 100 years after Cleopatra VII's death, and it helped cement this caricature, Plutarch's writing of Mark Antony. Later, the Roman writers, eager to glorify the Roman Empire's victory, followed suit. They downplayed all of her African alliances. They ignored her linguistic and cultural fluency and portrayed her as a European woman who just happened to rule Egypt. See, the erasure didn't stop there. We fast forward to the 19th and early 20th centuries, and these new European historians were rewriting ancient history to justify their slavery, what they call colonialism. Same stuff. So they took a powerful black African queen, Cleopatra VII, who outsmarted all of Rome, who didn't fit the story and the narrative that they were trying to tell. So they doubled down on their lies, and they took the museums and repainted the statues with lighter skin tones. They took the textbooks and they emphasized Greekness over the Ptolemies while ignoring the centuries of her African integration. The fact that she embodied Isis, she was the queen, the fact that she spoke Egyptian, right? They took the academic papers and declared Cleopatra as European on the flimsiest of assumptions with no evidence at all. And Hollywood came and put a nail in the coffin. Pensilola, Hollywood finished the job. In 1963, they came out with a film called Cleopatra. And that, for the modern times, that was it. When they came out with that film, Cleopatra, with Elizabeth Taylor, the image of a white Cleopatra, they cemented that into the global imagination. When they casted Elizabeth Taylor as the queen, she was a woman of British descent. A woman of white British descent became the face of one of Africa's most iconic monarchs. And that casting was not an accident. It was the culmination of centuries of narrative control, of rewriting. If they could make you picture Cleopatra as white, then they could make you picture ancient Egypt as Europe, just like they're trying to make it all white now. Those serpents who trying to do it. Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters who speak truth to power. And if they could make you picture ancient Egypt as being white European, then they can erase all of Africa's central role in the world story. See, but the receipts don't never disappear. The Most High ain't gonna never let them disappear. The receipts ain't disappeared, they're just buried. You got coins buried. You got temple mounds, you got reliefs, you heard? Temple inscriptions. You got historical accounts that still exist that contradict the whitewashed version. Strabo, a Greek historian who visited Egypt in Cleopatra's time, he described the land as filled with dark-skinned peoples. See, Roman poets, they mocked Mark Antony. Know why they did? They mocked him for kneeling with the dark-skinned peoples. Mark Antony was what they call him, a Igor lover. He was with the swirl. So the Roman poets mocked him for kneeling to the black queen of the Nile. Okay? Yeah, that part. Early Christian theologians, they wrote of Egypt as the land of Ethiopians. Okay? The early ones. I think that's Arianism. That's when we'll get there later. When we get to Christianity. That's when they start doing this Nicene Creed and crap. The early ones, Arianism and them. Oh yeah, they told the truth. That's why the Roman emperor, what's the name, told the truth. When he said all Serapists, they ain't nothing but, yeah. The early ones, yeah, some of them tell the truth. All right? Now, early, they depicted Egypt as the land of the blacks. None of this ancient history fits this whited out fantasy that they pushing today. Even modern science is now starting to challenge these lies. Archaeological studies in the FIM region show where the Ptolemies often took wives from local Kemet priestly families, and they show in the genetic markers, Nubian and Egyptian genetic markers becoming more common over the centuries. See, Cleopatra was the product of that mixing. The odds that she was purely just a white Macedonian makes no sense at all. Yet this old lie still persists, not because it's supported by evidence, but because it serves an agenda and a purpose. Because a white Cleopatra props up the colonial narrative. It suggests that African greatness only existed under European rule. That's what they're trying to paint today. It erases the continuity between ancient Kemet and the black civilizations of Nubia, Kush, and beyond. And most importantly, it hides the truth that Africa didn't just have queens, it had empires. And it had empires that humbled Rome. See, that's why this fight over Cleopatra VII's image matters. It's not just about the face. It's about who gets to have the truth of history. It's about whether Africa is portrayed as a passive backdrop for some European genius or as the cradle of civilization that shaped the world. See, when you strip away all this propaganda, the coins, the statues, the inscriptions, the historical accounts, they all point to the same conclusion, the truth. Cleopatra VII wasn't a white, pale European queen pretending to be African. She was an African queen who refused to bow down to Europe, and Rome thought they were dealing with another provincial ruler. They had no idea that they were dealing with a strategist. This Queen Cleopatra, a strategist so ruthless, so brilliant, and so unapologetically African that she would turn their empire upside down. She said, I am Isis. Yo, she was not playing. Cleopatra was not a pawn on Rome's chessboard. She was the queen flipping the board over. She knew how to weaponize every resource around her, starting with Africa itself. That's why she went to Julius Caesar. She went to Mark Antony. She was forming an alliance with Nubia, with Kush. Oh, she was no joke. From the moment she took the throne, Cleopatra VII began strengthening alliances with the African kingdoms to the south. She didn't just, come on, Miss she didn't just strengthen the alliances with the Egyptian priesthoods and the nobles, but she went to the kingdoms of Kush. And she went to the queens, the formidable queens, the Candates, the Kushite queens. They weren't minor rulers. These were warrior monarchs, these queens who commanded massive armies, and they controlled the trade routes of inner Africa. You hear me? This Cushitic empire had already humiliated Rome once before. You heard? Most famously, when the Candide Marinas fought against Augustus Augustus' legions. That's why he hated her so much, because he fought against those Cushite queens and they humiliated them. But they don't tell you this about Rome. They don't want to tell you Rome was this and Rome was that. Yeah, they don't tell you this part. This is how they whitewash and remove history. Okay? And these legions stood strong and stood still decades after Cleopatra's reign. Yeah. She went down south of the Nile. Everybody listen clearly. And she formed alliances with the other Kushite queens, the Candaces. That's right. She was eating with them. She was taking pictures. They was trading and bartering. Oh, she was no joke. Queen Cleopatra the Seventh. You heard? She was an all-black Air Force One. She wasn't just black. She was blackity black, Larry. Yeah. She wasn't just black, Larry. Yeah. She was blackity black. Okay? Now, Cleopatra, she understood that Rome feared ancient Kush's power. And so what she did, she built bridges, not walls. She built bridges to it. She built alliances. She tapped in ancient Kush's king, the Marwa's wealth, the gold, the ivory, the iron, the war elephants. And she ensured that Egypt's southern frontier remained fortified. She partnered with the Kushite archers, famed for their skills, often serving alongside ancient Kemet Egyptian forces, giving Cleopatra the Seventh an edge if Rome ever decided to invade. You heard? These weren't just military moves. They were chess pieces, Tamaya, placed far in advance, ready to conquer any Roman play that came. This is Cleopatra the Seventh, this part. Cleopatra's genius wasn't just in the armies and the alliances. She understood soft power. Soft power. She understood influence and perception and control over the narrative. She knew that Rome prided itself on being a superior and civilized superior society. So she made sure that Egypt was an African kingdom and looked like the beating heart of the ancient Kemet world. Under her reign, Alexandria became the intellectual capital of the Mediterranean. They don't tell you that part either. It became home to the most vast libraries, astronomers, mathematicians, scholars whose work Rome depended on. They tell you that it was under the Ptolemies, but they don't tell you this was under this black queen. Do you understand? She invited philosophers from Hellenistic Greece, Macedon, traders from Arabia, diplomats from Nubia, from Kush to her court, all while keeping African priests, Kemet priests, and traditions at the center of power in ancient Kemet, Egypt. She was restoring it to ancient Kemet. And this was her trap. This was her chess piece. Rome couldn't conquer Egypt without cutting off its own lifeline. So she made it that Egypt was so necessary to Rome's dependence. They depended on it. So they could invade the land, but they couldn't invade the legacy that she was building. And Cleopatra positioned herself as a weapon. She mastered diplomacy like few rulers before her ever did. None of Ptolemies had nothing on her. Sorry, not sorry. That's that melanin stuff in there. Y'all, somebody, if you know, you know. None of them mastered diplomacy like her. When Julius Caesar landed in Egypt, embroiled in his civil war, Cleopatra didn't crawl to him. She staged one of history's most legendary entrances. She rolled into his chambers wrapped in a carpet. in what you call that carpet? That what's the name? Arabian carpet, those expensive carpets. She rolled up in his throne, wrapped in a carpet. Okay, now And she turned this Roman general into her boo thing, her ally. It wasn't just seduction, it was psychological warfare. Julius Caesar was powerful, but Cleopatra made herself indispensable to him. Egypt's wealth and Rome's ambitions became intertwined, and she used that leverage to strengthen her throne. Later, she did the same thing with Mark Antony. She doubled down on her chess move. Mark Antony wasn't just her sugar booger. He was a military powerhouse with legions under his command. Cleopatra secured alliances, and she bore children that linked her bloodline now to Roman power. Oh, she was nothing to play with. That's why Octavius had to smear. He had to stop all that. Stop that lineage. You about to, right? She tied Mark Antony's ambitions to hers. She wasn't playing romance. She was rewriting geopolitics. And make no mistakes, these weren't desperate moves from a desperate queen. They were calculated power plays from someone who knew that empires rise and fall, but Africa always endures. Cleopatra was using Rome's arrogance against them, making them believe that they were using her when in reality they were moving exactly how she wanted. When I move, you move. Just like that. Cleopatra was the I move, you move. All right? Rome saw her as dangerous, not because she was beautiful and exotic, but because she was so effective as what she was doing. She wasn't supposed to negotiate on equal terms the way she was. She wasn't supposed to turn these generals into allies and kingdoms into networks. She wasn't supposed to wield Africa's power with such precision, but yet she did. And it terrified the Romans, because every time Rome thought they had cornered her, she reminded them that Africa was not no one's colony. Cleopatra's defiance wasn't just about survival, it was about sovereignty. She refused to let Egypt become another trophy in Rome's collection, and she used every weapon, cultural, political, and psychological, to resist. One of her most underrated weapons was narrative. Cleopatra VII knew Rome thrived not just on military might, but on storytelling. Everybody listen. On storytelling, okay? Now, she knew that narrative was a strong political weapon, one of her most underrated weapons. She knew that Rome did not just thrive on military might, but being on those who tell the story. Rome didn't just conquer territories. Whenever it conquered territories, it rewrote their histories. That's why they named everybody. The Hellenists, they named them Greeks. The followers of the way, they named them Christians at Antioch. The followers of the good one, Seppus Christos, they named them Christians. So they wouldn't just conquer you, they named you a slur, and then they rewrote your history in their likeness. So Cleopatra weaponized the story before Rome could. She styled herself not as a Ptolemaic ruler clinging to a throne, but as the living embodiment of Isis, the Black African goddess of fertility, wisdom, and power. This was strategic. So now we're learning why she embodied Isis, because she was writing her history, the narrative, so we can find it thousands of years later. Otherwise, it would just remain that she was Ptolemy from the white Macedonian Greek line. She wrote her throne as the living embodiment of Isis. Through temple inscriptions, she had them write it. Through festivals, she had them celebrate it. Through public rituals, she had them worship it. She infused her rule with divine legitimacy that Rome could never erase totally and never replicate. This wasn't theater, it was strategy. In a world where divine kingship mattered the most, Cleopatra wasn't just a queen. She made herself a sacred authority in the flesh. She became Isis, the incarnate. That made Rome's job harder to rewrite her. They weren't fighting against a rebel monarch. They were fighting against a living goddess now, Isis embodiment, whose rule was woven into the spiritual DNA of the whole Nile Valley. So she made herself a living god. Crazy work. And she didn't make herself into Aphrodite if she was Greek. Sorry, everybody, listen clearly. This is history to the people who want to know the truth. She didn't make herself into Athena, into, Rome wasn't there, but if it was Roman Venus, into any of the Hellen Greek, Macedonian, any of the Hellen gods. She made herself into Isis. This part. She was writing herself, her own history. A living goddess who would rule was woven into the spiritual DNA of the Nile Valley. She rewrote the geopolitical map. Cleopatra strengthened Egypt's economy by expanding their trade deep into Africa, linking Alexandria to Kush, Meroe, to Axum, all through the Sudan, into trade, into Ethiopia, and trade networks stretching toward the heart of the African continent. She traded in African gold, spices, and ivory. It flowed all through the ancient Alexandrian Egyptian ports, making her kingdom wealthier and more essential to all the Mediterranean trade than ever before. Rome could not ignore her, but they also couldn't control her. And here's what really stung. Here's what really put a stinger in their backside. Cleopatra the Seventh, she didn't treat Rome as a superior power. She didn't show them the respect like bowing down to these Indo-European enslavers. Nah. This would really put a banana up their tailpipe. She ain't treat them as a superior power. She treated them just as another kingdom that came to negotiate. She treated them as another kingdom that she was negotiate with or manipulate. She spoke their language when it suited her. Everybody, she spoke 7 languages, but the first language was Egyptian, Demotic. She learned her tongue. Listen clearly. She spoke Koine Greek. She spoke whatever, Latin. She spoke their language when it suited her. She played their politics better than their senators, but she never bowed down to them. Even as Rome grew stronger, Cleopatra refused to let Egypt become a client state of Rome. And that defiance enraged Octavian. It wasn't just that he had Mark Antony, he hated Antony. It wasn't that she married Antony, she had Antony, but it was that she refused to accept Roman supremacy. White supremacy, sorry, not sorry. She stood as proof that an African monarch could match and even outmaneuver the world's most powerful empire, the Roman Empire. And that was a message that Rome could not allow to spread. That's why their propaganda smear campaign became so vicious against her. Cleopatra wasn't just painted as a foreigner, she was painted as a threat to Roman order itself. Octavian called her Regina Meretrix, the queen devil, basically. Every insult that could be imagined was dripped with fear because Rome wasn't fighting a caricature. They were fighting the embodiment of the African continent's strength. A black queen backed by the wealth of the Nile River, the armies of Africa, and the power of a legacy older than Rome itself. She had all the Cushitic Empire. Everything was behind her. And even when Rome finally defeated her, it wasn't a clean victory. They didn't drag Cleopatra through the streets of Rome like they wanted to in chains, like they did with the other rulers. They didn't diddy her and desecrate her anus and maraud her through the streets. Nah, she chose her own ending on her own terms. That was the worst that Rome could ever receive. Her final act of defiance denied Octavian the spectacle that he craved. Even in death, Cleopatra VII refused to be conquered. And that's the part they never teach you. They just talk about she killed herself. No, Cleopatra didn't lose because she was weak. She fell because she was too strong, because she represented something Rome couldn't control. She wasn't just a queen, she was Africa's last pharaoh. The living echo of millennia of black rule and a direct threat to an empire built on rewriting and whitewashing history, and Rome knew it. That's why they buried her story under centuries of lies. That's why we repainted her skin. That's why in textbooks they replaced her features. They replaced her in statues, because if the world knew who Cleopatra really was, if they saw her as Africa's queen and not Europe's fantasy, it would blow a hole through everything we've been taught about power, empire, and history itself. This is the truth. The truth is this. Cleopatra didn't need to look west for power, because she already had it. She didn't need validation from no Romans or no Hellenes. Rome needed validation from her. And long after their empire crumbled, her name still echoes across millennia. They still talking about Cleopatra VII. This part, Jacob Castro, not as their subject, but as their equal. Rome was terrified of Cleopatra, not just of her armies, not just of her alliances, but of what she represented. Because if the world saw her for who she truly was, an African queen commanding wealth, intellect, and influence greater than any Roman senator, it would crack the myth of Roman superiority wide open. So Rome did what empires always do when they scaredy pants. When they're afraid, you know what they do? They rewrite the story. So after Octavian defeated Mark Antony and Cleopatra at Actium in 31 BCE, he didn't just conquer Egypt, he conquered the narrative. Octavian became Emperor Augustus, and he understood something very powerful. If you control the story, then you control how history remembers your enemies. So he immediately scary SpongeBob pants. So he launched a propaganda smear campaign that would echo till today, thousands of years for millennia. Roman poets and historians were his weapons. They flooded the empire with images of Cleopatra as a monster, as a devil, as a savage, as a scheming seductress who bewitched these normal, white, righteous Romans and nearly brought down the Roman Empire. Horace called her a deadly queen who plotted the ruin of Rome. Virgil described her as a foul disease. Propertius mocked Antony for becoming a slave to this foreign black queen, a slave to this queen. The message was clear. Cleopatra wasn't a sovereign ruler defending her kingdom. She was a dangerous temptress, corrupting the noble men with her foreign charms. But look closely at those words, children of the Most High. The word foreign, the word barbarian, the word disease, the word savage. They weren't just political insults. Those are racial slurs. Don't they sound familiar? See, that's how you exegete history. That's how you get to the truth. See, it's in between the lines. It's in the details. The devil's in the details. Okay? Yeah. See, these racial slurs, foreign, barbarian, savage, disease. They ain't political insults, racial slurs, and they were Rome's way of telling its citizens, she ain't like us. She's not one of us. She's one of the others. She's from that other world, the darkies, the ones that we conquer, the ones that we hate. Cleopatra wasn't just being villainized, she was being racialized. Rome wasn't just fighting a queen, they were fighting the idea that Africa could match or surpass them. And this propaganda wasn't just rhetoric, it was a weapon. Octavian used it to justify his war to the Roman people. He framed the conflict not as a civil war between Roman leaders, but as a defense of Rome's civilization against a black, barbarian, savage queen. And he needed Romans to see Cleopatra not as Mark Antony's political ally, a Macedonian white queen, but as an existential threat to their race. A foreign woman pulling strings behind the scenes. And over millennia, it worked. By the time Cleopatra died, her image in Roman eyes was starting to be irreparably strained and stained. By the time she's gone, she would not be remembered as a scholar who spoke 9 languages or as a strategist who rebuilt Egypt's economy. She wouldn't be remembered as the ruler who defied Rome longer than any other African monarch ever. She would be remembered as a witch, as a temptress, as a foreign invader, as a barbarian, as a savage. Everything that Octavian needed her to be to justify his conquest. But Rome's rewriting didn't stop at propaganda. They also physically erased her legacy too. Her temples that were dedicated to her, that showed on her image, they were smashed, defaced, broken. Statues were toppled. Others were repainted. Her Egyptian inscriptions referring to her reign and her ethnicity were chiseled away. Even her tomb, one of the most significant burial sites in the ancient world, vanished from history. They could find everybody else's tomb. They could find the tomb of Timbuktu, but the greatest Egyptian queen of all time, the greatest Ptolemy, the greatest ruler, her tomb vanished from history, and 2,000 years later, we still can't find it? That's not a coincidence, children. That's what happens when an empire tries to erase a threat so thoroughly that future generations never question the story that they wrote. See, despite all that erasure, there's cracks in the Roman narrative. And I'm bringing out the cracks tonight. Coinage, that coinage that was minted during Cleopatra's reign, they still out there, and they show a woman with distinctly African features. Ancient writers who wasn't on Rome's payroll, they still speak of her brilliance and power. And archaeological evidence of her alliances with ancient Nubia, her devotion to all the African deity gods, and her use of Egyptian language and law still speak louder than any of Rome's lies. Because propaganda can distort a story, but it can't erase the truth forever. Not forever, ever. Rome may have started the rewrite, but Europe, they later perfected it. Centuries after Cleopatra's death, the same empire that feared her story was gone. Rome was gone. But the same fear and rewrite lived on. Because if Africa's last great queen was remembered as she truly was, then it would challenge the very foundation of this European whited out version of history. So they buried her once again. During the colonial era, the slavery colonial, that slavery era, European scholars reshaped the ancient world to fit the world view. They portrayed Africa as a continent without any civilization. And they say Africa had no civilization until Europe arrived. A blank slate waiting to be civilized. The devil's a lie. Cleopatra's story didn't fit that lie. She was proof that Africa had empires that was over Rome. She was proof that African women had ruled nations, commanded armies, reshaped geopolitics. She was proof that Africa didn't need Europe to teach its greatness. It already had it. So the scholars rewrote her again. The 19th century historians started emphasizing her Greek ancestry, based almost entirely on nothing. Speculation of some father's lineage that they can't even prove. They conveniently ignored the missing records of her mother and her grandmother. Conveniently, they dismissed evidence of her African alliances as irrelevant. They painted her not as an African queen ruling Egypt, but as a European aristocrat living abroad. And then the museums came along and joined right in. They made statues that were whited out. They restored and repainted, often lightening the skin tones, carved by the ancient artists. Paintings from the Renaissance onward depicted Cleopatra with pale skin and European features. Even when archaeological finds contradicted those depictions, they were explained away or they were ignored. And then Hollywood came about and just sealed the deal. Oh, Hollywood. Elizabeth Taylor. Pale, no disrespect, British and unmistakably European, played Cleopatra in a blockbuster film watched by millions. It was cultural programming. For generations, the image of Cleopatra wasn't an African queen, it was a white actress in eyeliner. And that's how most people still picture her today. But the lie is cracking wide open. Modern historians and archaeologists are revisiting the evidence with fresh eyes. DNA analysis of the remains from the Ptolemaic period shows clear African markers in the elite population. The presence of Nubian deities in Cleopatra's royal cult points to deep cultural fusion. Inscriptions show she spoke not just Greek, but Egyptian and likely other Afro-Asiatic languages and tongues. She even spoke Habara. Yes, she did. Hebrew, yes she did. And new research on trade routes reveals how deeply her Egypt was connected to inner Africa, economically, politically, and culturally. Even the ancient writers they used to whitewash or portray their own narrative. Roman poets mocked Antony for kneeling before this black queen. Strabo described Egypt as a land of dark-skinned people. Early Christian theologians call it the land of the blacks. None of this aligns with the European fantasy, and the pushback is growing louder and louder, and Unk is pushing it louder. African scholars, artists, and filmmakers are reclaiming Cleopatra as part of Africa's story, not Europe's fantasy. Documentaries are exposing the colonial era manipulation of her image. Museums are being forced to confront their restorations. Even popular culture is starting to shift with depictions of Cleopatra closer to the truth than they've been in centuries. And here's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They can't hide it. They can't hide, because Cleopatra wasn't a guest in Africa. She was African. She wasn't a European princess ruling a foreign land. She was the Nile Valley's daughter, born on Africa's soil, tied to the African gods, allied with the African empires. And her power didn't come from Greece or Rome. It came from the continent of ancient Kemet, from her descendants of Ham. You heard? Now she was descended from Japheth too, but she was proud of her Ham descendant. That little bit of black blood, you understand something, bro? You know what that means, right? That little bit of drop, and her mama and grandmama Rain must have been strong, because she looked like a black sugar booker. She became Isis incarnate. You understand? The daughter of the Nile. You heard? Now, Her power didn't come from Greece or Rome. It came from a continent that built kingdoms while Europe was still living in huts. You heard? And that's why they've tried so hard to erase her. Because if they erase her, they erase our kingdoms. You heard? Because the truth about Cleopatra does more than rewrite one woman's story. It rewrites the world's story. It proves Africa wasn't on the margins of history. It was the stage itself. For centuries, historians could dismiss physical evidence by calling it ambiguous, but science is making that harder and harder year by year, and gonna make it even harder with Most High giving me this intellectual prowess to do historical history and exegete the facts. You heard? New methods from DNA testing to isotope analysis are pulling receipts straight out of the earth. You heard? And those receipts are rewriting Cleopatra's story all over again. They ain't nothing but the Most High cooking. Let the Most High cook and unveil all Shem, Ham, Shem, and Japheth's true history. Now we start with the mummy portraits. Painted faces of people from Cleopatra's Egypt. Now they got the fine mummy. They finding these pictures and these portraits and these tombs, these drawings of people from her reign. These portraits created during the same period as her reign overwhelmingly show individuals with brown skin, curly, coiled hair, and African or mixed African features. These weren't slaves or foreigners. They were the elite class, the class that Cleopatra herself came from and ruled over, the Ptolemies. If the ruling class of her era looked like this, what is being proven now, why would Cleopatra be the lone exception? Archaeological studies of burial sites from the Ptolemaic period reveal the same truth. DNA analysis of remains found in the Farm Basin in southern Egypt shows clear sub-Saharan African markers, especially among the elite priestly families and classes, exactly the group of the Ptolemies married into. These findings make this purely Macedonian narrative statistically impossible. Impossible for this purely Macedonian. After nearly 300 years of intermarriage, Cleopatra's bloodline was almost certainly a fusion of Greek, Egyptian, and Nubian ancestry. And you know, once you mix that black blood in there, you understand? I'm closing now. Cleopatra's bloodline. Now, I must have made my thing long and strong. Yup, I made my backdrop nice and long. Cleopatra's bloodline was almost certainly a fusion of Greek, Egyptian, and Nubian ancestry, if not predominantly African. Even the geopolitical landscape proves that Egypt wasn't culturally or biologically isolated from the rest of Africa. Trade, migration, and intermarriage with Nubia, Kush, and Phut had been happening for over 1,000 years before Cleopatra was even born. African warriors served in Egyptian armies. African scholars taught in Egyptian temples. African queens like Amanako and Amanata of Kush ruled empires that directly interacted with Cleopatra's kingdom. The Nile Valley didn't divide Africa, it connected Africa. Cleopatra's Egypt was part of that network. The science of isotope analysis adds another layer. Studies on these mummies from the Ptolemaic sites show that their diets were overwhelmingly Nile Valley based, rich in native grains, fish, and local fauna from the diet. So we get the receipts, the real receipts. Studies on the mummies from the Ptolemaic sites show that their diets were overwhelmingly Nile Valley rich based. Not the Mediterranean heavy diets associated with the Hellenes and the Greeks. That means that generations of the Ptolemaic royals and elites were living just like the Africans was, eating African food, drawn from the African soil. Their bodies were shaped by the land, and so was Cleopatra's. And then there's the silence of the genetic evidence, the absence of Macedonian markers that should be present if the Ptolemies truly remained pure. If the Ptolemaic blood lineage truly remained pure, then it should be some markers. It should be some genetic markers there, right? It's silence on genetic evidence the Macedonian market should be shown. The reality is that after centuries in Africa, isolation would be impossible. And the Ptolemaics and the Hellenes didn't have it. They came in and intermarried, interbred, and cultural, ritualistic, religiously. They said they were pharaohs. That's why I broke that down at the beginning. I walked it on down to make all this make sense. That's why I took y'all through Persia. I took y'all to Alexander came in. I took y'all through all of Cleopatra's, all of it. You heard? They adopted. They mixed. They became part of the land that they ruled. And Cleopatra was no outsider looking in. She was the culmination of that fusion. Even mainstream historians today are now beginning to understand and shift. Scholars like Dr. Sally Ashton, a leading Egyptologist, she said that portraying Cleopatra as white is historically indefensible. Shout out to Dr. Sally Ashton. White, I tell you, shout out to the white people that want the truth, the white, righteous white brothers and sisters. You heard the truth, the whole truth. I ain't trying to take your history, don't take mine. Shout it out, okay? A leading Egyptologist, she said, saying Cleopatra was white is historically indefensible. Sally Ashton, Sister Sally said Cleopatra's maternal lineage was almost certainly African, and that the ancient sources themselves repeatedly emphasize her foreignness, foreign to Rome, not to Egypt. She said that single distinction changes everything. They called Cleopatra foreign because she was African, not because she was Greek. They mocked Antony for being enslaved by a black queen, not a European one. They fought not just a woman, but they fought a black woman. They fought an idea, the idea that Africa could produce leaders equal to or greater than Rome. Now science is catching up to what Rome tried to bury, but DNA, art, archaeology, and even ancient words are converging on one single truth. Cleopatra was not a white European queen that centuries of propaganda painted her to be. She was deeply, unmistakably African in blood, in culture, in language, in power. And that's why her image has been rewritten again and again. Because if they admit that Cleopatra was black African, they have to admit something bigger. The African wasn't on the sidelines of history. It was history. Here's the part they really don't want you to understand. Painting Cleopatra white wasn't just about her, it was about everything. And I said everything because once you rewrite her, you rewrite the entire story of Africa's place in the world. This wasn't an innocent mistake by historians who didn't know no better. It was a calculated campaign, a deliberate distortion of history designed to serve power. Y'all think about it. Cleopatra stood at the intersection of everything colonial Europe wanted to claim. Everything they wanted to claim, she stood at the intersection. You understand? Everything that they wanted to claim did not exist in Africa. She was in the way of it. All right? She was the living contradiction of their strategy, scholarship, of them trying to remove Africa's contribution. You understand? Her intelligence, her leadership. She was the living contradiction to their lies. Do you understand? Her diplomacy, her strategy, the lies that they want to push that Africa had no history before the Europeans. If the world remember her as African, then the narrative of European superiority crumbles. So they erased her, and they did it methodically. During the colonial era, European powers justified their invasion and domination of Africa by claiming they were bringing civilization to a backward land. Now that's the boo-boo the fool and very hard to sell if the continent that you're invading is known as the birthplace of astronomy, of medicine, of mathematics, and of global trade. It's even harder to sell if the most iconic queen in the world's history was an African queen who once humbled the mightiest white empire of her time. So they changed the story. All right? And so textbooks now start to portray Egypt as separate from Africa. We closing now. Are y'all getting it now? This is why they say Egypt ain't in Africa. It's insane. They don't care. It's just brutally ridiculous. Egypt is Northeast Africa. They literally say, It's not Africa. They say Tanzania, Northeast Africa. It ain't Africa. What? They do the same to Jerusalem. It's on the African tectonic plate. If you go over there to Israel, they got the marker. It tells you. They call it Middle East and all this crap. This is the erasure. They need to erase it. Okay? So they need to portray Egypt as separate from Africa, as if the Nile Valley stopped being part of the continent when it crossed the line on a European map. So the scholars started emphasizing Greek influence while downplaying thousands of years of African development and civilization. So Cleopatra's bloodline became European in the textbook, not because any evidence proved it, but because they needed it to be so. This is more than historical revision. It was psychological warfare. It was designed to strip Black people of their connection to power and inheritance. This is the whitewashing. So they scrubbed her image clean of Africa, dressed her up in European skin. They replaced the Nubian bloodlines with Macedonian fantasy. They took a queen whose ancestors built empires and temples while Europe lived in tribal huts, and they made her a product of the very continent that once feared her. The very continent that was scared of her, they said she was one of them, and the effect was devastating. For generations, Black children learned history from books that showed Cleopatra as white. They grew up believing that greatness was something imported into Africa, not something born there. They were taught that power came from Greece and Rome, not from the Nile Valley and Kush. That's not just misinformation, that's indoctrination. Whitewashing was not about accuracy, it was about empire. They did the same thing with the Hebrews. They're doing the same thing with the Moors. They did the same thing with the Hebrews, with the Messiah. All the whitewashing, nothing same. Nothing different, all the same. An empire does not want to be seen as a thief. It wants to be seen as a savior. So the lie about Cleopatra didn't stop at her story. It spread like a virus into every corner of history. Once they succeeded in painting her white, it became easier to rewrite everything else. Suddenly, ancient Egypt itself, which was always ancient Kemet, the land of the Blacks, a Black African civilization, was rebranded as Mediterranean. See? The ancient Hebrews as Middle Eastern. See? Mesopotamian. The statues with dark skin tones were whitened. Paintings restored with lighter pigments. Pharaoh described as olive or bronze instead of brown and black, even though olives is either green or black, and when they unripe, they brown, so they were green. European scholars like James Henry breasted coined terms like Near East and Middle East to avoid calling Egypt what it was, Northeast Africa, and Jerusalem too, Israel, Yasha'al. James Henry breasted the term Near East and Middle East. This wasn't random. It was part of a larger agenda to sever the connections between Africa and the ancient world's most advanced civilizations. And once that link was severed, then the lies could be spread further. Nubia and Kush was dismissed as just fringe kingdoms. Axum and Great Zimbabwe were called mysteries. Even the trans-Saharan trade networks were like abolished and minimalized, all to support the enslavers' colonial idea that Africa was isolated, stagnant, and waiting for Europe to lift it up. So Cleopatra's whitewashing became the blueprint. Everybody, we're finding out the blueprint. If you could erase Africa from its most famous queen, then you could erase it from everything else. And that's exactly what happened. The European museums started to fill with African artifacts, labeled them as influenced by Mediterranean culture. Academic journals questioned whether Black Africans were capable of statecraft. Even as they stood in front of the pyramids, built by black hands that nobody can replicate today. Films and books portrayed the ancient world with pale faces, white faces, and British accents, while the African origins of those empires were scrubbed from the narrative, and the damage wasn't just historical, it was psychological and political. The whitewashing of Cleopatra helped justify the transatlantic slave trade by painting Africa as a continent without kings or scholars. It helped legitimize colonialism by framing European presence as civilizing rather than plundering. And this Christian Roman ditty religion as missionary, as they come with a Bible in this hand and a gun to take, you see, the plunder. It fed centuries of racist ideology by teaching that genius, leadership, and empires were European traits, not African ones. But as I close, the most sinister effect of it all was how it disconnected so-called black people from their rightful inheritance. Because when you erase someone's past, you weaken their future. When you convince them that their ancestors were only slaves and not scholars, warriors, queens, kings, you chain their imagination before you ever chain their bodies. That's what the whitewashing of Cleopatra did. That's what they did when they took the shackles off our wrists and they put it on our brains, our mind. It wasn't just about changing one's face in history. It was about changing how billions of people saw themselves. It was about shifting the center of civilization from the Nile to the Tiber, from Africa to Europe, and making sure that it always stayed there. Yet the truth never stays hidden. The Most High won't allow it. The truth has a way of clawing itself back out. Every coin, every statue, every inscription, every hieroglyph, every tomb that they try to bury is rising from the earth, exposing the truth. Every new study, every re-examined artifact, every historian bold enough to challenge the whitewashed story is parting the smoke and revealing what's been hidden and hiding underneath for centuries. The truth will burn all their lies down. And after tonight's study, now you have the fullness of all the Cleopatras from 1 to 7. You understand what they was doing in Alexandria, the Ptolemies, with the ditties, what the Greeks was doing. You know Cleopatra the 7th now. You heard? Not as the European fantasy, but as the African queen who she truly was. Egypt reconnects to Nubia. Nubia connects to Kush. Kush connects to all the empires of West Africa. It's all Ham's kingdom. And suddenly, Ham's Africa isn't a footnote in someone else's story. It's the author of their story itself. Shem, we got our own story. They took ours too, the Hebrews. That's the real reason why they're lying. Not because they don't know the truth, but because they fear what would happen if we knew the truth. You heard? So us reclaiming Cleopatra's true lineage is not about arguing over a skin tone. It's about pulling back the curtain on a 2,000-year-old lie and rewriting this lie that the world and what was built on it. Rewriting the world that was built on this lie. Because when you strip away the lies and the propaganda and into the face of truth, Cleopatra now becomes more than a queen. She becomes a symbol that Africa was never waiting for Europe to bring no civilization. A symbol that African women weren't confined to just fields and servitude. They commanded armies, signed treaties, bent empires, fought. A symbol that Africa wasn't a backdrop to someone else's story. It was the stage the world actually stood on. When you reclaim the true Cleopatra, suddenly this whole narrative of Western civilization starts to look very different. Greece did not give birth to civilization. It was shaped by the original peoples. Our science, our trade, our cosmology, our mathematics, our textiles, our industries, our philosophy. Rome didn't civilize Africa. It built its empire on Africa's wealth and knowledge. Europe didn't discover Africa. Africa civilized Europe long before Europe had anything to teach. That's why Cleopatra matters, because her real story doesn't just challenge how we see her, it challenges how we see everything. Everything. I close out right here. I had a lot more, but I'm tired. I go on and on. All right? They got these kingdoms, boy. I was going to break down these queens. I had their names, these Nanzinga. They got a queen called Ninjazisa, the ninja queen of ancient Kush. I had so much more. My mouth is just tired. I'm going to close out. Okay? You know, it's about linking her throne to Mansa Musa's gold to the walls of the Benai kingdom. The manuscripts of Timbuktu, the resistance of Nzinga, the ninja, the resilience of the diaspora. Facts. But I digress. I got so much more. I'm sitting here looking at them. I'm like, dag, I'd have been here another half an hour. My mouth is tired. Praise the Most High. All right. Now we closing. Woo. So let me just close with my end out. We are not comfortable with the lies. They lie to us, but the lies are dying because the Most High is revealing the truth. And when the lies die, truth rises, history realigns, power redistributes, righteous pride returns. The children of kings and queens remember who they are. They start to civilize themselves. The roar that terrified Rome is rising through the streets. Again, it's rising in the classrooms where the truth is finally being taught. It's rising in the art that refuses the whitewash from the past. It rises in the voices of people like me that are saying, we are not your myths. We are not your lies. We are the descendants of greatness. Whether you descend from Ham, Shem, or Japheth, but the Ham and Shem story is being desecrated. We are the descendants of greatness. Cleopatra wasn't the end of Africa's story. She was the proof of it. And reclaiming her isn't just about setting the record straight. It's about tearing down every wall built on lies. It's about reclaiming every inch of dignity, every ounce of power, every fragment of memory that was stolen. The empires that feared her are gone, Rome, but their descendants are here. Their statues might crumble, their borders might have faded, but the lies about Cleopatra still remains. Cleopatra was the Black African queen who shook the world and dared to defy it. And now her story belongs to us again. Not the story they wrote, but the story that we will tell. The story of our story. Not erasure, not whitewash, not forgotten. The story of the truth. The roar of the lion is back. And this time, it's not going to be silent. And that was our lesson of sex gods and stolen temples. When Greece invaded Egypt, Cleopatra exposed the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I am tired. Woo! That was a mighty work. Thank you, Agyama, for your assistance. Thank you for Elder and young Elder Yasha. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly, for your assistance. As the Most High, we continue this unveiling of the birth of Christianity. It's crazy that all of this, we still get into the birth of Christianity. But the Most High has given us the complete history. And I know that y'all can appreciate it, because I appreciate it. I appreciate the Most High revealing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. When Greece invaded Egypt.
No, Diddy! No, no!
No diddy. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat Shalom. Those who stood in there with me, I see everybody sleep. It got quiet in the chat for a long time. I'm like, everybody knocked out. I'm like, yes, go forth and be the light, Anna Yah. Go forth and be the light. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, y'all. I did it again. I put in all that work. Praise y'all. Well, another time I'll go through the rest of my, because I had a whole nother probably like half an hour's worth of breaking down. But praise y'all, I got a stopping point. Now you can go get y'all some rest. Hagyama, you can get you some rest. Thank you for your assistance. May the Most High Shabbat Shalom. Y'all take this teachings and understanding, and the Most High got more to come. He's going to keep unveiling the truth, and we're going to learn the true history, the true story. And we need to, because the day of Yah is coming. It's getting close. We're in the end times, and they're trying to erase everything, and the Most High is revealing everything. That's what the manuscript said, right? At the end, all the books will be open, and the truth will be revealed. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat means the Most High's seventh day. Shalom means peace and blessings. Shabbat Shalom, peace and blessings of the Most High's seventh holy day to you all. From the house of Yah. We live again Wednesday about 9 p.m. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat Shalom all.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah.
Precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.